Okay. So you said around 35 minutes or 30 minutes?
Yeah, the whole thing is about 35. If you could speak up to 25 minutes.
Okay, I'll try.
Maximum 30, and then we'll need to leave.
Okay, maximum 30. Okay, I'll put my timer here.
Yeah, because we need to have some time for questions and then allow people to move to.
Yeah, I think in 30 I can do it. In 30 and 25.
And then a good thing is that you can actually, I don't know if you were there in the earlier session with the keynote, but Michael suggested, and it worked, that you can see the questions on the app.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
even after the session, you can actually respond, because that's happening, which is helpful.
Okay.
Hello, we just have 2 attendees, so we'll just wait and start on time at 11.
The other keynote is finished, right?
Yes, it should be finished by now.
It's okay. It's not finished, the other keynote.
Okay, Emily is joining from our side. We have Dima. I can't see the name of the other person, just says iPad. Hi, Emily.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. We're waiting to start exactly at 11.
Okay, nice.
Hopefully get some more people. Okay, let's start. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, good evening, whatever works for you in where you're based. Thank you very much for joining us. This is the first session of the second stream that we have today on faculty leadership and career advancement. So this is our strand, and I'd like to offer a special welcome to our speaker, Dr. David Santadro, who is the head of the Educational Program Development at the Center for Teaching and Learning at Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence in the UAE. Welcome, David. We look forward to your presentation. And any questions, please add them in the chat, in the Q&A, and we will try to get through at least some of them, and David can also respond later. Thank you very much. Over to you, David.
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen, everybody?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. So I have 30 minutes to finish this presentation, so we'll start right away. As you can see, the title sounds a little bit cryptic, but I think it summarizes the entire story I'm going to try to tell you today about leadership. So let's go. First, a little disclaimer. As you can see, any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, or events is purely coincidental. Okay, so it's how the story will go. And if any of these resonates with you, remember to type your comments in the chat. And if this does not resonate with you at all, you can just chill and enjoy the presentation and the story that I'm going to be telling you. Okay, you still have time to join another faculty session if you're not interested. And but remember to still comment in the chat right there, and then we can talk as well in the app. If you like the presentation, you may also want to post it on LinkedIn and positive comments if possible. Okay, so let's start the story. The story is a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And this is episode 1 called Reality Check. Okay, are you ready for this? Okay. So it starts with a university called La La Land. Yes, you heard it right. It's La La Land University, as it is fictional. So you have a lot of Professor X's in La La Land universities. As you can see here, you have a couple of examples in a couple of universities around the world. And this is your typical Professor X. So he's a professor who's very, very, very busy, doing a lot of stuff. It's always multitasking. As you can see, he has 3 hands. He's on the phone. It's not even 10:30 a.m. He already has his cup of coffee. He has to deal with parents. He has to deal with students. He has to deal with a lot of stuff, research. And as you can see, besides all that, he has to go to committees. The students, they keep on bugging him and, nicely, but still about, can I talk to you after class? He has to create new courses. He has to upload all the content to the learning management system. He has to do research. Of course, he has compliance that he needs to understand, and students asking about the exams, etc., etc. But Professor X still, after being working for a long time in a university, and he's thinking still, maybe I should be promoted, maybe I should get a job, as a dean or as a VP or as a head of department. Is a dream almost that is very keen on. And so some of his colleagues have been catapulted to these roles for some reason, and him suddenly one day gets the message that he's been now appointed as the dean of the faculty, and he's very, very happy about this. But what happens? Yeah, there's a big reality check now. As you can see, you have people breathing down your neck. You have some regulations that you need to follow now. You have compliance again, finance that you need to understand, technology, and then it starts to be a little bit of a headache. And besides, he has to go to meetings, even with the morning coffee, lots of the meetings. Many people are looking for him, and many people have to ask him a lot of stuff because he's now the dean of the faculty or the head of the department. And then there's some things that he's not quite aware of because he was just doing research. He was teaching a few courses, and now suddenly somebody says, you have to do an assessment committee as the dean. You have to create one of those. And he goes like, what is this? Some of the things that he's not aware of. So he starts looking for information about this in the internet because he's just been appointed and he's not very familiar with all this. So he's looking at a lot of stuff on the internet. How can I become a better dean? How can I become a better VP or a better head of department? Then he goes to a meeting, and then somebody says to him, "You're not the deans, okay? I need a business plan." The dean has absolutely no clue about this. Student financial projections for the next 2 years or to the next 2 semesters, a marketing plan. And everybody's like, what? Clueless. They have no clue what's going on here. And they start freaking out a little bit because they have never done before. They have done research, they have taught classes, but they have no clue about how to do that. And besides, they have to do a presentation end of the year, usually November, December, to the board of trustees. And that's another thing they've never done before. They have presented at conferences, their papers, their research, their PhD, their stuff, but they have never presented a plan to a board of trustees. So he starts thinking, wow, I've been dreaming about this all my life. And you have all these, all these things that I dreamed about, but now suddenly it's only KPIs, KPIs, and KPIs. And you start thinking, did I do the right thing? What about student learning? Nobody's talking about student learning in those meetings. And he has to do all these plans and all these presentations to the board of trustees. But where can he find all this information and data? So he starts thinking, should I talk to the registrar, the student affairs, the alumni office, or whatever? And when he goes to those, people say, you ask the alumni office. And when he goes to the other one, they say, why don't you ask student affairs? So basically, he cannot find the data. And he goes like, what? Who can give me all this data? I need all this data. Where can I find it? It's never in one place. So after doing all the internet search, he couldn't find anything. So he's asking now his buddy, who can coach me on how to lead this, faculty and this department. And he looked on the internet and he saw that college presidents have a tough job. Now we know about this. And are they being trained correctly? And that's I think, a question we should be asking ourselves. And so he starts thinking, okay, I can't find anything on the internet. Maybe I should take a leadership course, because they have a lot of leadership course out there, and everybody promotes it as a very good course. So should I take one? So he starts scrolling again on the internet, ChatGPT and whatever, leadership courses, the best leadership course I could take, because I need to learn how to do this job. I'm not familiar with this. But then he attends the one leadership program, and then suddenly it's all about, Steve Jobs has done that, the head of whatever company has done this, and it's great for you. And he starts wondering, is this applicable to a university context? And he quickly realizes that most of those leadership programs, they are quite general. They're not talking about how I am a professor, how can I become an associate dean, or how can I become a dean? Or if I am a dean, how can I become a vice president? The tasks and duties are different. There's no such program out there. So what is the point of those leadership programs? And as a matter of fact, if you look at the quote from Lee Kuan Yew from Singapore, he says, I do not yet know of a man who became a leader as a result of having undergone a leadership course. And then he starts thinking, okay, maybe I should do something differently right there. So he starts thinking, who should I approach? Or should I approach anybody in my departments or in the university to learn the skills I need? And this is something that many people do not do. They usually think like Professor X and La La Land. Professor X always thinks that the expertise is always external, but there's a lot of internal expertise he could tap into. So for example, if he goes to finance, or if he goes to see the person in research funds or procurement, those people, they can help you to prepare the budget for the year. They can help you to prepare the projections for the number of faculty that you need, the number of students that you need for next year. But they never do that, because Professor X thinks that maybe they will think that he doesn't know how to do the job. But actually, those people are here to help you. They are here they have this expertise internally, and they will coach you on how to do things. So one of the things that he realizes in Professor X in La La Land University, that he needs to ask the colleagues, those who know, because they can help you. They are colleagues. They are in the same institution. They understand that, and probably they work somewhere else. Okay. And then, okay, so it goes there. Professor X starts learning the skills from his colleagues, and everything goes smooth in La La Land University. And then guess what? Boom, sudden leadership changes. So everybody is running and scrambling away. And everything becomes hectic again. And sometimes it becomes like this. And sometimes it even becomes like this. So at some point, there are so many changes and so many layers of leadership that all the colleagues are thinking in La La Land University, who's leading us? Who is actually in charge here? Because yesterday was X, Professor Y, and today is Professor Z. So who's leading us? I'm not quite sure who I'm reporting to now. It's a bit confusing. So the question is asking himself, Professor X, what makes a good university leader? And he thinks about some of the leadership courses he has taken. And on the leadership course, they always say the person has to be diligent, has to be efficient, empathetic, supportive, transparent. But he thinks, okay, we are in a university. I know program at those leadership programs. We're talking about university leaders. So a university leader, what is an efficient university leader? Is it somebody with a huge H index? And if you are in academia, you know what an H index is. Is it somebody publishing 1 million papers? Who has a lot of expertise in publishing? Is it somebody coming from one of the top companies on the planet who has this, expertise from out there, from industry? But sometimes when you bring some people from industry, then they have some issue because they don't understand the university culture, the university processes. And it takes a lot of time for them to understand because, you know, it's Professor X is a professor in microbiology. And if tomorrow is sent to work for Toyota, he would not understand the automobile industry. It will take him time. He might actually bring some value to the automobile industry, but it will take time to adapt. And if Professor X here comes from industry and recruits 5 or 6 of his colleagues from industry who do not understand university culture, then they will also have an issue because most of them will not be able to advise him on what's happening in the university. Sometimes he realizes that, looking at the quote of Niccolo Machiavelli, that sometimes, okay, I don't know what I'm doing, so maybe I should be feared better than loved. So what would motivate you most in a university? The person, the leader that talks kindly and focuses on the positive, or somebody who screams, somebody who focuses on the negative? And it's actually happening in many universities around the world. Recently, for example, this is in Australia, UTS academics described the culture of fear. Can you imagine? We are talking here about a university, University Technology Sydney in that particular context. And here it says, staff say, why call for consultation if the staff won't be listened to? The lack of transparency, the decisions made without consulting staff and students, and the shutting down. So faculty are furious about this, and it happens. But can you imagine a culture of fear in a university? And sometimes Professor Hicks hears people that says, this is my decision. Or Professor X himself, as a dean now, says, this is my decision. And people in the audience say, if I were you, I would do things differently. So as we can see, there's a bit of a lack of communication in many universities, and particularly in this La La Land University. As you can see also here, there's a lack of feedback according to a Deloitte survey that finds that nearly half of employees blame lack of transparent communication. And many people, they look like this sometimes in the corridors in La La Land University. For example, when you have Professor X asking his staff and says, I need the reports figure yesterday because I need to present to the board of trustees. And employees are like, what? Nobody ever asked for it. So they are puzzled and they are like a little bit scared here. So there's a clarity and a transparency problem that often happens in La La Land University. And when this happens, you have a lot of loss of trust. Employees stop believing in the leadership decisions because these decisions seem to shift constantly for multiple reasons. It could be the change of leadership. It could be a change of strategy, etc. And this is normal because in La La Land University, like in many universities around the world, the environment may be volatile, may be complex. We all been through a pandemic and other pandemics for some of us. So it's volatile, it's complex, it's uncertain, and it's like that. And you know, Professor X sometimes needs to steer the boat. It's not easy because of these uncertainties and changes and sudden changes. And sometimes there's a lot of fires that he needs to put up, and that's the part of the job. For example, when during the pandemic in La La Land University, or when things are not going so well in terms of student recruitment in some private La La Land universities, they have to close down some departments. And you might be thinking in the audience, what kind of departments can close? So you can see some of the departments that are closing, and you say, well, English, history, why would they close those departments? But yes, but you see here, September 2025, quarter of UK universities, physics departments at risk of closing for some reason. This is a little bit mind-boggling. And of course, you have a lot of changes, and people are thinking like, again, more changes coming. So you can see how the dismay on the faces of all these colleagues at La La Land University. Because you have those changes that have been implemented, but the staff right there in La La Land, they said, we were neither consulted nor informed about those changes. So we have no clue what's going on here. This is because most conversations in universities, and particularly in La La Land University, And the transformation are confined to the boardroom. They are discussed behind closed doors, occasionally HR, but they are rarely making it down to the employee level. And that's why people, we mentioned just now the communication issue. People are not communicating about those. And again, here you see, this is my decision. But the person who was there before in the audience says, as VP, you don't walk your talk, because the person before, he was a professor, and in the audience would say to the dean, to the then dean, he would say, you know, you shouldn't take that decision. Now, as the dean, is taking that particular decision too. So I think power also changes a person. And many people are wondering, we are talking to our Professor X about a lot of stuff. We are talking to our head of department about stuff. And is he actually listening? So people, you know, when this happens, start shifting from trying to do their very best to doing the very bare minimum. Basically, they eat a sandwich, you know, they listen to music, as Professor X right here. And let's go back to the same question. What makes a good university leader? Is it, I will micromanage you, as you can see the faces of the colleagues there? Or is it, I need that by yesterday, and does not give any time for people to actually strategize? People are becoming very, very reactive. People are doing only operational. They have no time to do any creative thinking, or, you know, trying new tools, or trying to learn something. Is it because when for colleagues come to you and say, oh, my article was published, and immediately the question, is this Corpus Q1? Is it in the top conference on the planet? Is it on the top 3 conferences on the planet for your review? Instead of just saying other stuff. And here, for example, somebody says, I would like to go to this conference. And then the answer is, what value does this bring to us? So this is a little bit the difference between managing staff versus leading staff, which I think in La La Land University is not always functioning. Leadership, in fact, requires genuine engagement with staff, not on a day-to-day basis because people are busy, but from time to time, a little bit of a checking. Okay, how is it going? What's going on with you? What's happening in the department and stuff like that? Not only about, I need the KPIs, I need the report, send me all the documents. Some honest communication. We have seen just now the communication sometimes is not working very well. And true empathy, truly empathy, okay? So for example, somebody just says, good job. We don't hear in La La Land University very often, good job. Or sometimes, I will support you. Okay, this kind of sentences that a leader should be giving to the employees in La La Land University. Professor X realized that after spending some time with his staff, he realizes that he needs to communicate more. He needs to tell them what's really going on. When he has a meeting, the meeting is happening, and we say, okay, this is what's going on. This is what the top leadership wants us to do. We're going to all focus on this. We're going to put all our efforts on that to all employees within the faculty or within the department. And I will listen to your concern, because sometimes it's just the top down. It has to be the other way around too. So Professor X realized that sometimes he needs to ask his staff about the simple things that would motivate them best. Because sometimes it's not just a question of money, it's not just a question of a new computer, maybe it's just a question of listening to them. And as you can see on the t-shirt in the middle, there's a little word that I invented. Instead of transformational leadership, I call it transportational leadership, which is very difficult to say, but it's intentional. It's not just, it's just not happening on its own. It has to be intentional. And of course, you have servant leadership, which you're probably all familiar with. So what can I do for you? I don't know if you remember in a TV series, the doctor comes to the hospital and everybody expecting him, and he says, what can I do for you? Instead of like, I'm going to do this. And everybody's very surprised. And in the audience, you can see the lady saying, trust us. We are professionals. We know what we are doing. You have recruited us to do our job as professors, as staff. We know what we are doing. Okay. But you see, in the Professor X, there's always a little doubt, sure, but why should it be a doubt? All the staff in the university working are professionals. They know what they're doing and they have some expertise. So in La La Land University, Professor X is now slowly transforming, and he says that I'm here to support you. Bring me solutions, and we'll discuss it together. And that's very important because he's asking for solutions. There's a lot of problems out there, but why don't you bring me some of the solutions, some of your ideas, and we can discuss it together, and we'll take a decision. So in fact, he realizes that it's important to communicate more, to be more transparent. It is important to consult with staff often because they have the expertise. And he realized that he can ask for help from time to time. And there's no shame in that. Everybody's here to help you. It's a team effort, so everybody works together. And he's thinking about AI and human. Does it make a better leadership? Because we are in a conference today talking about that. And he thinks that we should go back to the Professor X in La La Land University thinks we should go back to the basics, the 3 basics. The 3 basics is this, based on a HBR graphic that you see on the left, the AI augmented human leader. And you can see the 3 core qualities on the right-hand side of AI augmented leadership. Number 1 is awareness, but real awareness. Observe internal and external experiences. Okay, what is actually going on with my staff? Genuinely, ask them, how can I help them? What would motivate them? What would support them? Instead of just, send me all these documents, I need all these KPIs, I'm going to review you at the end of the year, etc., which is looks a little bit more, less interesting for staff. Second one is wisdom. Make decisions with the staff input. Otherwise, why have a staff that have expertise? Based on their experience and expertise, because they have experiences and expertise locally, internationally, etc. And remember, the expertise is not always external, as I mentioned earlier. And compassion, and real compassion, respect, value, and sometimes reward your staff genuinely, not just give them a pin and in La La Land University and they will be happy. As a matter of fact, we should reverse the entire thing. As you can see, the CEO of the La La Land University or the CEO of the company should probably be at the bottom, not at the top. So I hope you enjoyed this story because I was told to finish in 25 minutes. Now it's 22 minutes and 45 seconds. To conclude this most wonderful story, as you can see, I brought Professor X brought all his buddies from La La Land University. You will recognize a few of them. A little question for you guys. Who wants to be a leader? Remember to preserve your mental health. And if you like this presentation, you please post it on LinkedIn. And that's all, folks. To know more about good leadership, you need to watch episode 2, Professor X Strikes Back. And if you have any questions or comments, I'm here to listen. And it's 23 minutes, 24 seconds. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. David. That was really interesting, very engaging as well. And there's a few comments as well as questions, but quite a few comments with people saying, love the thought-provoking, entertaining presentation. I love the theme, the narrative style to entertain. And similar comments, and then one specifically linked it to a question. So which tool did the professor use to narrate this wonderful presentation and walk us through it in a very interesting way? Was there a specific tool you used, David?
Well, since we rolled out in many universities GPT-5 EDU, I said, let's use it. So I only use GPT-5 EDU right here. And and the story from my mind and the prompts from my head.
Right. Yeah.
So I didn't go to any other tool. I just used GPT-5, which I actually never use much because I use all the tools. But I said, okay, since we have that, let's use that.
And that's a great example of using the ChatGPT in a relevant, effective way, as well as using your own abilities, right? As you said, your own thoughts. So Great. Let me just check because there are some questions as well. Yeah, this was the tool. I'm not, yeah, and I think there was another comment, extremely relatable. This person, it says anonymous, comes from an industry background, and Dr. David could shift between educational and industry storylines. The way Dr. David could do it was incredible.
Thank you.
Keep
Thank
me
you,
far,
everybody.
far away. He finishes or she finishes. Excellent, humorous. Keep me
Thank
away
you.
from La La Land headquarters.
Can you send me all those comments? I'll love to keep them.
Sure. You can't see them. I thought you would be able
Yeah,
to
see them. Yeah.
Yeah. So great. Thank you so much again. Before we close this very engaging and interesting session, I need to give everyone the exit code. If you're applying for the certificate, it's LEAD. It shows as capital letters. I don't know if it matters, but it's capital LEAD, as in leadership. So just the word lead. Thank you very much again, Dr.
Thank
David.
you so much.
It was really
Yeah.
interesting. It
Okay,
was
is there a way that we can download those comments?
Sure. I can wait.
But can you? Do you know how to do it, or?
Do I know? Hold on. I see the settings.
Or maybe
No.
somebody in the audience. Somebody said that I will remember this story all my life. That's amazing.
What I can do is the more old-fashioned way. I'll just take screenshots and send it to you.
Okay.
Because I don't know how to actually. I thought you would be able to download those settings. But I will send them to you at the end of the day. Thank you so much again to David.
Thank you so much for everything.
Take care. Thank you everyone
Bye-bye.
for attending. See you in other
Bye-bye.
sessions. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Laura. I'm back. If you're here.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was getting my chapstick.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm alive.
You're alive.
And
So what did I do? Let me
yeah, do you
just.
want to try to share your slides? I don't know who we have, if it's IT, I'm assuming the faculty 360. Is it IT or is it? It's not Michael. Hello, whoever else is there with us. And then we wait exactly to start at 11:45 to get participants. In my previous session, we had about 17, which is not
Okay.
bad. So
Okay. I can't even find the presentation now. I don't know why.
you send it to me, so do you want to open it?
No. It's okay. It will join from the
Sharing?
faculty.
You can't find how to share it, or you can't find the actual presentation, you mean?
No, I can't find the presentation.
Can you open it from the email you sent to me?
No. I've got the presentation on my desktop. I just can't find. Oh,
Oh,
hang on. Show all windows. Right. Sorry, I've got it now.
yeah.
Or
Do you want it there from the beginning, or do you want to find it to start it? It's up to you. You could just keep it there if you want
I know. I'll just keep it there rather than faff about because that was a bit of a
Yeah.
faff to find it there. I've got too many windows open. I'm writing.
I'm the same.
I'm
So,
about 3 papers at the simultaneous paper writing.
oh my gosh, I
So,
can't even do that actually. I'm not good
no,
with it.
neither can I. It turns out. So anyway, what are you seeing? Are you seeing full screen now?
Now I am. Yeah, I was gonna tell you. I was
Cool.
gonna.
Oh, and I'm not blurry. I want to be blurry. Hold on. Stop video participants. New share pause. Or. I need to stop sharing for a sec.
Yeah,
Stop share. Um,
I'll
show.
mute. I'll mute and I'll send you a.
I do this? This did not look like this yesterday. I faffed about with this yesterday. And right, okay, blur my background. That way you don't need to have the beautiful air conditioning vent.
I just sent you a WhatsApp.
Okay. So is that okay?
Yeah, great.
It is? Right, okay. And right, so back to share screen. Let's not bother. Actually, I won't bother. I'll just be me, actually, so I can say hello. Because sharing the screen isn't as difficult now because I've done it. I just did it, so it's come to the top of the share
But
screen.
actually, so after I introduce you first, you start, and then you can share your screen. Then you mean? Yeah,
Ah,
great.
perfect.
Okay, and I send you a WhatsApp.
Okay.
Check. So I'll mute from here for now.
Yes. Okay. Me too.
Hello, everyone. Just waiting until exactly 11:45 to start. And then I'll introduce Professor Galloway as well. Okay, great. Thank you very much for joining us in this second session of the second stream on faculty leadership and career advancement. We have with us Professor Laura Galloway, which is, I'm looking forward to this presentation on progressing an academic career. Professor Laura Galloway is a professor of business leadership and entrepreneurship at Heriot-Watt University in the UK. The presentation is about 20-25 minutes. We'll have some time for questions and some time for people to move on to other sessions. So please, if you do have any questions or comments, add them under Q&A. Over to you, Laura. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Nicolina. So thank you for having me at this event. I just wanted, before I put my slides up, I just wanted to have a quick hello to everybody because normally once the slides go up, I can't see anybody anymore. So yeah, hi everybody, and I'm very, very pleased to be joining you. Let me just share my screen and we can start the presentation. So, I mean, I'm going to spend this session giving you quite a personal account. As Nicolina said, I am a professor of leadership, business and entrepreneurship at Heriot-Watt University. And so this is almost, I've been at Heriot-Watt for 24 years and I've been an academic for maybe 34 years. And so it was actually quite a good opportunity for me to reflect on a career as an academic and maybe share with you a more personalised journey of how you progress an academic career. And as I say, it was an ability for me to reflect on what had been the high points, what had been the challenges, and to reflect on how I'd addressed them. So I'm hoping that there may be something in there of use to some of you guys. So as well as being a professor at Heriot-Watt, I am technically a professor at Heriot-Watt University in Edinburgh, but I'm currently seconded to our Dubai campus at the moment. So I'm in the UAE just now, and I'm here for 2 years. At the same time, I am the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Entrepreneurship and Innovation, which is a mid-ranking journal, obviously, of entrepreneurship. Perhaps some of you have heard of it. I have a long history of publishing myself in various journals. I sit on various editorial boards, and I have supervised and examined lots of PhD students. So over and above those things, I've been in leadership positions throughout the university. I've led, I have been a dean, I have been a director of learning and teaching, I have been a head of department. I have also had leadership roles throughout the scholarly community. And I've sat on the board for the Institute for Small Business and Entrepreneurship, for example, on 2 separate occasions representing Scotland. And I'm a UNESCO advisor, and I also sit on the Women in Business cross-party group at the Scottish Parliament. So, as I say, a kind of long history of working as an academic, and I thought it would be worth sharing some of my reflections with you guys. So I'm going to start with a quote. For those of you in the sort of social sciences area, you'll recognise this. Pierre Bourdieu said sociology is a martial art. And actually, you can extrapolate that, and indeed the Stefan Wolaszek did from London School of Economics. He did extrapolate that and say, actually, academia is a martial art. We always think of academia as, I don't know, there's a stereotype of it, of being gentle and intellectually rigorous, and you know, it's a place where scholars go to sit in ivory towers and reflect on knowledge. In fact, I think that Bourdieu was correct. I think that Stefan is correct. Academia can be a challenging and very, very competitive environment. The quote there says, her career begins with years of dedicated training, guided by senior, mostly male coaches who decide who is worth fostering. Advancement requires constant proof of performance. Behind every job stand dozens of equally qualified competitors, all fighting for a place on a limited roster. Many devote their 20s and 30s to this pursuit. For those who survive, the pressure never ceases. While most are driven by strong intrinsic motivation, the path is marked by insecurity and precarity. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? But that's actually the reality of an academic career. That sounds terribly, terribly negative, okay? But it's also terribly, terribly true. And it's also, as a career, an awful lot of fun too, okay? So I'm hoping to be able to share some of the highs and the lows of it. So let's get into the sport of it. If sociology and academia indeed are a martial art, what is the sport then? Well, first of all, you've got a whole set of measurements. So you're measured on your teaching feedbacks, on your student engagement. From a research point of view, we have a bunch of publication matrices, citation scores in Scopus and Google Scholar. We have whose H index is what, and what does that mean in your discipline? And then, of course, the age-old question of, are you bringing in any money? Whether that's, are you recruiting students, or are you finding research grants, and who's paying for everything? And that can become very onerous as you develop in your academic career, because obviously in terms of promotion and things, people want to see what sort of financial contribution you're making, whether through students or most often through funded research. So that's the sport. The other part of the sport is the academic transfer market. The extent to which you are able to tick the boxes and engage with these measurements that I've just discussed means that you become more or less marketable. And the academic transfer market, again, very akin to sports, is all about how well you've commodified yourself, how attractive you are to universities that are looking to increase their profile and esteem in terms of research professors and research outputs, and how good you are and how esteemed you are as an academic practitioner, as a teacher and a lecturer. And the academic transfer market is also becoming an increasing part of this sport. I mean, I've been at Heriot-Watt for 24 years, and the people of my generation, there's many of us, that's not an uncommon career scenario. Increasingly, though, I see that the younger generations and contemporary generations, in order to progress their careers, have to engage in moving about, usually within a country, but often internationally. And in order to do that, you must appeal to the transfer market. And to do that, you need to be ticking the boxes and showing esteem and making yourself a good commodity and a good risk for a university to take you on. And then the last part that's analogous with sport is the competitiveness of it. There is competitiveness from the beginning of your PhD right through to the end of your career. In my personal opinion, the only thing that varies is the extent to which you engage in that competition. So I speak to a lot of doctoral students who are busy terrifying each other with, that sort of talking about research things that's, ontologies and epistemologies and what's your theoretical framework, and they terrify each other, and this is part of the competition of it all. From there, they then start to compete for jobs, they start to compete for profile and esteem. So this is an ongoing thing. it's not always a bad thing. It can be terrifying. We've all been in that position where we think, oh, crikey, I have no idea what anybody's talking about. It must be because I'm very stupid. That's usually not the case. It's just that people are playing at the competitive, the competitive scholarship game. Then you're competing for jobs, and then you're competing for profile, esteem, etc., etc. And these things can be quite conducive to upping your game, to improving your performance, to advancing your knowledge and your ambitions. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it can be terrifying. Okay. I think the more compelling thing that affects us all as academics, though, is competition with yourself. You're always, throughout your career, and it never stops, even at this end of my career, you're always thinking, oh, I could get one more publication, or I could get that, I could do that in a higher ranked journal, or I could get better feedback from students and my peers. So I think that's what drives us. Why do we come into academic careers in the first place? Because we're curious and because we want to disseminate knowledge and create knowledge. And so that internal drive, which can become almost, a competition with your previous self, that internal drive to do more, to do better, to keep going, that's another part of what's sporting about this game, if you like. Again, that can be something that's very good because it keeps you developing, it keeps you a lifelong learner. It's also something that I think, in my opinion, on reflection, needs to be managed because you can't let that take over your life. It can be stressful, it can be demotivating. So from there, I want to give you a few sort of hints and tips about how to survive this career-long sport. So just completely coincidentally, when I was asked to do this presentation, I was flicking through other media and articles, and I came across the PhD survey from the journal Nature. So it was the outcomes of the PhD survey for 2025. And I am going to summarise, and I've cut it down to 5 key points that the authors draw from this survey, from the results of this survey. And because I thought, you know what, those key points are so pertinent, okay? So I'm going to talk about each one in turn, but they are essentially: relate to others, be vocal about what you want, celebrate small wins, plan, and do not depend on AI, okay? But I'll extrapolate all of that as we go. So let's start from the first one: relate to others. Certainly the teaching and research games are both public games, okay? A career in teaching requires you to stand in front of people and disseminate knowledge. A career in research requires for you to generate knowledge and then share that with other people, okay? So it's a relational occupation that we're in. It just is. It's actually the stereotype of the solitary, isolated academic sitting in a nice, comfortable armchair and thinking about the world from his own point of view. That is not the reality of it. This is a relational industry that we're in. So my advice to anybody is grow your networks, get to know the people in your organisations, in the other or in similar industries and related industries in your city or country, and then get to know the international community as well. How do you do that? It's as simple as you walk up to people and you say, how are you doing? What's your research about? Find out what they're up to, find out what they're doing in their careers. The same for local organisations, the same for internationally. How do you meet these people? Well, you go to conferences, you contact them, you email them. There are so many academics who don't think, oh, it's not my place to email this person and say, oh, I just read your work and I'm really interested in that. And if you're available, could we have a cup of coffee at some point and have a chat about that? Or I'm interested in pursuing research in such and such a field. Have you got any advice, or are you doing any special issues soon, or are you writing any edited books, etc., etc.? Okay, what is the worst thing that could happen from sending that email? Nothing. They could ignore it. That's the worst possible outcome. So I would encourage you that where you think, oh, I would love to just engage with that person, just engage with them. So contact people. Then the other thing that we currently have that we didn't have before, and is a massive gift in academia, is social media. So if you're not on LinkedIn, get on LinkedIn. And where you have engaged with people, where you have been to a seminar that you thought was particularly interesting, contact these people on LinkedIn and say thank you, okay? So relate to others. And then the other thing you need to do is write, is just get writing. Because that's the job that we're in, is that we do research and we deliver teaching, and we reflect on that, and we disseminate that. So in order to relate to others and engage with people, you need to have something to say. There needs to be something about you that's adding value to the debate or the field. So get writing. That's my advice. That said, I want to have a quick word about publishing. Okay, now this might get a bit controversial, all right? So when you're in a university, when you're employed by a university will tell you they want publications in what we would call in the UK, the 3-star or the 4-star space. Elsewhere, it might be called the Q1 space, or it might be called the A or A-star space, okay? But the top journals, the high-ranking Scopus cited journals, okay? And that's absolutely correct. In order to advance your career, you do need to be writing in high-quality journals, okay? But here is the thing that's not so much mentioned. If you are focusing all of your attention, particularly if you're an early career researcher, in trying to get into the 4-star space or the A-star space, this could take you such a long time, and it could be completely fruitless. I wonder if there is any other industry throughout all sectors where we are expected to be able to be the most excellent from the minute we finish the training course, okay? If our training courses are our PhDs or our higher education academies certification or whatever, right? If that's our training course, why on earth would anybody expect us as a group of professionals to be able to be top performers from that point onwards, okay? In fact, writing, and particularly writing for publication, is an art, and it is something that develops over time. Writing for A-star journals, and in that space generally, is enormously challenging and continues to be. So regardless of how long you've been an academic, how promoted you are, it is still enormously challenging to publish in 4-star or A-star or Q1 journals. They are difficult to get into because they are of the highest quality and they are very, very strictly peer reviewed, okay? So yes, in order to prove that you are capable of excellence, of course, you should be aiming for those things. But at the same time, you should be writing more generally. And the reason that I say this is that if you're going for the medium space or even the lower ranking space, what happens is that it gets you writing, it gets you practicing the art of writing and publishing. It gets your name out there. It gets you things that are on your CV that will put you as a contender in that academic transfer market. It will then, if you become known and if you become more marketable in your field, then that will actually foster greater information exchange, more partnerships with people who are in the same sort of field as you, who could maybe co-author with you or become co-investigators on research projects with you. That's the sort of connections that you need to make if you're going to seriously look at publishing in the 3- and 4-star space. Because publishing in the 3- and 4-star space and the A-star space are things that if you are able to do that from the get-go on your own, then you are extremely lucky and extremely clever, okay? Most of us are not. And we need to work with other people who have more experience and who know how to navigate this, the challenges of creating papers that are appropriate in those types of journals. Where are you going to find these partners? You're only going to find these partners if you're known. You're only going to become known if you write. And so, yes, aim high, but also get your name out there by publishing in medium ranking, which are all still peer-reviewed and high quality, and lower ranking and book chapters. Get your name out there, get known for being a player in this field. So that's my word of caution about publishing. The university will tell you only 3 and 4 stars and A stars count. That's the case for them, perhaps, but it's not the entire story for you. You need a CV too. The second piece of advice when I reflect on my own career is be vocal about what it is you want. Again, in academia, we are very deferential. We, regardless of where you are in the world, we tend to practice quite high power distance. From those cultures that have quite high power distance anyway, that seems natural. But even in the West, where we don't have particularly high power distance between people in ranks, we are still, in academia, we're almost the exception. So we're very deferential. I think to remind yourself, the 3 top bullet points on the right-hand side of the screen, you are not a burden, you are not an inconvenience, and you're not insignificant. You are a person, you are a professional in a professional field. If you are soliciting advice or looking for information, go and ask for it. So be bolder, I think, than I was. The other thing as well is that I think academics have arrived in academia because they've been good at school, at high school, then they've been good at university, and then they've been good at postgrad, okay? And that means that you've always been judged on things that you've submitted, okay? But we get to this point in our careers where everybody submits stuff all the time. We're always doing research, we're always teaching, okay? And we think that we're still going to get noticed that way. We won't. You're unlikely to be noticed because everybody's doing that. That's your job now, okay? That's not how you're arriving at the qualifications for your job. It is your job. And so don't think, well, it's okay because I've just published 5 papers or I've just delivered excellence in teaching, that anybody will be reading those rankings and they'll come to you. That's not necessarily the case. You need to go to them. Where you are looking for advice, advancement, promotion, advice about how to get advancement and promotion, go and ask, because it's unlikely that anybody will take the time to go through the metrics directly associated with you. Also, nobody will guess what it is that you're looking for. So you need to be explicit. You need to say, this is what I want. Who do I need to talk to about what it is that I want to achieve and how do I get the support? And it's really sort of walking the line between deference, which is necessary, where people are more experienced and more advanced and more esteemed. It's appropriate to be deferential, but not submissive and certainly not passive, okay? You're the main actor in your life. If you want your career to progress, you need to be bold and take charge of that. Then here's another thing about academia as I reflect on my life. Celebrate small wins. Again, since everybody has a PhD and everybody publishes in academia and everybody teaches and does innovative things in the classroom that are really successful, right? This is what we do. This is our job. And so, and because of the kind of competitive nature of the industry more generally, we don't necessarily congratulate each other terribly much. So you must do that for yourself. So where you have publications, your journal articles and your book chapters, or perhaps somebody's asked you to write a blog piece or a piece for a magazine in your field, whatever, it doesn't matter. Take that, celebrate that, even just within yourself, okay? Even if it's just that you've conducted a really good review for a journal or a really good presentation at a conference. It doesn't matter what the win is. Celebrate that. 2 ways, okay? First, tell your friends and family, and they'll say, oh, good for you, okay? If you don't have friends and family, some people in academia don't, okay? If you celebrate yourself, go and buy yourself that donut. You deserve it. You've done something good. So celebrate your small wins. And then what we didn't have until now is get it out on social media. Where you've published something, get that out. Again, it speaks to that. Get your name known. Be an actual player in your field. Okay. So celebrate your small wins, because other people won't. And you need to find ways to self-motivate. And where you've achieved something, congratulate yourself. You deserve to enjoy the moment. Then there's planning. Okay, so in every training course for academia, teaching related or research related, you've been told you should plan. And I mean, I am actually a big advocate of that. So you plan in terms of teaching. We all do this. We plan what's going to happen in this lesson. We plan what's going to happen in this module. We plan what's going to happen in this course. We never turn up and wing it. Well, the same is true of research. You plan, and you plan your workload. But I think the key is to be realistic, is to say, well, what can I achieve in that time? Can I write that paper in a week? No, that's going to take me 2 weeks or a month. So therefore, I need to find diary time where I'm going to sit down and I'm going to do that. And then once you've done that, once you've actually prepared and planned how you're going to approach the various tasks, because there's a lot in academia, avoid procrastinating about it. If you've said that Tuesday you're going to sit down and you're going to spend the whole afternoon perhaps on some data analysis or developing a new teaching method or whatever it is, right? Actually do that, commit the time to it. So avoid procrastinating. I think academics in general are brilliant at procrastinating, and of course so are our students. But try and avoid that, because then your plan gets all kind of messed up. So yes, I'm a big advocate of planning, and I'm a big advocate of rehearsal as well. If you're nervous about something, rehearse it, go through it first. My poor old husband had to sit through many a conference presentation in a subject he had literally no interest in, just because I wanted to rehearse it. So that when I went to do it for the real thing, it wasn't the first time I'd ever done it. So I think that preparing is key to our lives in academia. It is a performance. We prep for that performance. Okay. That said, one of the key things that I think that we completely ignore is breaks. Okay. I think that breaks are as important as the actual work that you put in. You need to at times, what we do quite often has a depth, an intellectual depth, and sometimes an importance that's quite onerous. Okay. In order to do that well, we need to walk away. We need to walk away from it at times. Again, plan that, prepare it, give yourself time off. And it's not just so that you can reset your own mind. There are a whole lot of other reasons. If I click this again, yes, there are a whole lot of other reasons why we should take breaks. So the first one is that from when we were in high school, if you weren't studying, you felt guilty about not studying. Okay, guilt is not a good feeling, right? So if you have planned, no, on Sunday, I'm taking Sunday off. I'm taking July off, or I'm taking the second week in February off. Doesn't matter. If you've planned that, then you have given yourself license to get your feet up or do whatever it is you do that doesn't involve your job and your career. Okay, so you've relieved yourself of that guilt. Oh, I'm not doing it. I should be doing it. I should be doing it. Give yourself planned breaks. That will stop burnout, because burnout does happen, and I've seen it many times actually, where people just work and work and work till they just don't care anymore. They just don't care about the research, they don't care about the teaching. They are burnt out. Okay, but the other brilliant thing that breaks do is that when you're having your break and you're sitting with your feet up, or you're lying on the beach, or you're jumping out of airplanes, or whatever it is that you do that gives you a break, whether it's an afternoon or a week or a month or whatever, is that during that time, when you're not thinking about your working career in a very focused way, that's actually when your brain gets time to reflect and come up with ideas. And I'm always, and even now after all these years, I'm amazed at how a break will actually completely renew my thinking about something, because I wasn't necessarily focused right down on it in that moment. Okay, so it does really good things for your work as well. It's not just about avoiding guilt and burnout and de-stressing. It's also good for the work to walk away from it for a bit. It gives your brain a little bit of time to just calm down and think, oh, actually, that's an interesting point. And that can happen at any time. And then, and pertinent to this event, what about AI? Well, the thing with AI and academia is that, I guess, in theory, and certainly in the future, AI will be able to write research papers, and AI will be able to write textbooks, perhaps, okay? The thing is that as a professional academic, we don't need to just be able to write this stuff. We need to understand it. So in order to ask the correct research questions, and in order to disseminate the correct knowledge, or the as close to truth as we ever get, we need to actually understand that. So if you ask AI to do something for you and it does it, then technically the robot understands it. Do you? And so AI is a brilliant tool for helping us to understand, but it can't replace us in terms of understanding, and it certainly can't replace us in terms of dissemination. The other thing with AI is that its overuse deprofessionalizes all of us. If it's about your knowledge and your understanding, and it's just basically, well, you just press a button and, you know, the machine will tell you. Well, first of all, the problem at the moment is that the machine is not telling us things that are terribly accurate right now. That will improve, I think. But as we go, we're not always getting terribly accurate results. So we don't know what's the truth. That's why we're in this profession, because it's our job to explore and uncover knowledge and develop knowledge. And I don't think that that can be replaced by machines, particularly where you're looking at things that humans do. That said, there are loads of opportunities for AI. The disadvantage of your first language not being English is almost, at the moment, I'm seeing huge improvements in the rates in our journal of international submissions going through to next round of review, because language is no longer much of a barrier. You can get AI to fix that for you. We want to, it's like your students, we assess your knowledge and your analysis of the subject. We're not in the business of checking your English. But of course, if your English, or whatever language you're writing in, is not ideal, then it's going to limit how well you can convey that knowledge. So that's just a really obvious one that is available to us right now. But there are all sorts of other things. It quickens research. It allows us to navigate research much faster and much more efficiently. We can find out things about, you know, that way where somebody says, oh, well, you know, that's all about institutional theory. And you say, Craig, what on earth is institutional theory? You can very quickly, you know, Google that or get AI to tell you what that means. Research has been completely transformed by that, but it definitely hasn't replaced us. And do you know what? It definitely won't. So this is the World Economic Forum's graph on where they're predicting job losses and job retentions will be. And so, yes, there's going to be what they call in this Industry 5.0. There's going to be a transformation in the employment market. But you know what? It doesn't look like it's us. University and higher education teachers and researchers, we are in one of the categories that machines can't replace, the AI can't replace. But I think also, we're also, where we deliver, where we do consultancy, the tangential things that we do, and the industries that we inform, they're all still very much in the areas where AI is not predicted to be replacing us. So if you're in vocational education, as we are, if you're in business development, like some of the business school people will be, or in engineering or technology knowledge and the application of that knowledge, then AI can be a useful tool, but AI is not predicted to replace you, and you therefore can't rely on AI to do your job while you put your feet up. You need to know and understand what it is that you're doing as well. So why do we do it? And this is really my final slide. I mean, I've discussed being an academic in terms of it being like a sport that's competitive. It can be hostile at times as well. Sometimes it can be oppressively competitive. Sometimes it's demotivating. We are in the business where into our, even as a most senior professor, we write papers, we submit them to journals, and then somebody essentially sends us feedback that can be the most demotivating, crippling, feedback. So why on earth do we put ourselves through this? And I have asked myself that many times when I've been tired, and when my children were small and you were tired, and you were juggling all sorts of different things, and then you would send a paper that you thought was brilliant off to publication, and it would come back with, well, this is garbage, and you would be so deflated, and you think, why did I do this job? Why am I here? Well, do you know what? It is a brilliant career. On reflection now, through all of the challenges and prevailing through them, it has been a brilliant career. I've got a colleague in Edinburgh, actually, during one of my moments of saying, why on earth do we do this? Why do we do this? She said, well, it beats being on your feet all day working in the shop. So, I mean, that's very true. But it's a great career from the point of view of you have quite a lot of flexibility. It depends on the university that you work in. But many universities, particularly in the West, are entirely flexible in terms of your time and your work effort. In other places, it's less flexible, but we still have quite a lot of autonomy in terms of what we do, how long we do it for, and where we do it. It's a very esteemed profession. If you tell people that you're an academic or a lecturer or a researcher or a professor, then people think that that's a valuable and useful career. And so that does give you a warm glow. We are paid relatively well compared to lots of other industries. We are not, for those of you in business studies and in STEM, yeah, maybe you could get more in industry, perhaps you could. But you know what? We all manage to get by. It's not bad. And then the intrinsic rewards are immeasurable. You've got your small wins in research, you've got all the people that you're going to meet and all the partnerships that you're going to make. And then you've got the absolute privilege of having been part of your students' life journeys. Your students will remember you. You won't remember them, but they'll remember you. And you've played perhaps perhaps a significant part in their life journey. The intrinsic rewards in that is for me is immeasurable, that you've been part of their success story as well, not just your own. And then fundamentally, the founding professor of my journal, the Journal of Entrepreneurship and Innovation, Professor Gerard McElwee, a very esteemed professor of entrepreneurship and business, he once came and gave a talk, not dissimilar to this, at Heriot Watt in Edinburgh to us. And somebody asked, well, why do we do it? It's hard and it's challenging and it can be exhausting and all the rest of it. And he just shrugged and he said, this is the life you chose. This is who you are. Fundamentally, I mean, it's be a nerd. I've thoroughly enjoyed being a nerd all my life. I enjoyed it at school, I enjoyed it at university, and I continue to enjoy it as I progress my career through teaching and research. That's what I like to do. And do you know what? I'm not apologising for it. I'm celebrating it. I think it's a great job, and I think it's great to be allowed to do this thing that I love, affects my life and affects all these other people's lives. And so really I want to end on that high note and just encourage you all to go off, take the challenges, embrace them, be bold, make connections and partnerships, write, and then write some more. But just enjoy being a nerd. That's my advice.
I like that as a conclusion. This is what we should remember for today, right? Thank you so much, Professor Laura Galloway. That was really both engaging, entertaining, but inspiring. And hopefully that was the same for the people that participated in the session. We have comments rather than questions, which has happened a few times, but just one that I wanted to tell you because I said I'm going to convey it to you. It says by Indrarakshi, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Thank you. This session has been and incredibly inspirational. It is refreshing to hear such a realist view of publishing goals. I think that comment came in when you were talking a bit more about the journals and the high-rated journals and so on. And it was really good to actually have, this realistic and almost like a more practical component of academic life, but also academic career and progression, not just about what we do, but what we plan to do, but managing that in terms of our broader life responsibilities, right? You talked about problems with burnout and the problems with guilt and work-life balance. And I like that you said, and maybe that alleviates the guilt a bit, that if we know that when we have breaks, that's actually really beneficial for our brain and developing and reflection. And, what we said, the back of your mind is still working, right? Your brain is still working in the background. So I thought that was really interesting. Thank you so much. And perfect on time as well, Laura.
Yep.
Perfect around. So I don't think we have any other comments or questions. So thank you very much again. Thank you everyone for attending as well. And before we go, I need to give you your exit code for the participants only. Participants are collecting exit codes, just the word for your certificate if you're going to apply for the certificate. And this exit code is career. So just like having a career, okay? So career, I don't think it matters if it's capital or not, but I was given it in capital letters. So maybe best to do that. Thank you again and take care, everyone. Have a good day and hope you enjoy your other sessions as well. And thank you again, Professor Laura Galloway. Bye,
Thank
everyone.
you. Bye. Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone. We will wait a couple of minutes for our speaker. Okay, it's joining in. Hello, good afternoon here.
Good afternoon.
Hello, how are you?
Good, good, good.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for coming to this session. I'm Gina Kamenu from the Center for Educational Innovation. I'd like to give a special welcome to our next speaker, Dr. Charles Knight from Advance AG. He's the Director of Leadership, Governance and Management. So we're looking forward to this session. And I like the title, which is Being a Leader, Not an Algorithm, the Human Dimension in an AI-Shaped Future, which sounds really interesting. So this will take about, are you okay, Dr. Knight, with about 20, 25 minutes?
Yes, yes, perfect. I read
Perfect.
the instructions, don't worry.
Great, thank you. And then we have some time for questions. You can write them in the Q&A or any comments, and I'll convey them to Dr. Knight. Okay, over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to share? Yeah, perfect.
Good. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Charles Knight from Advance HE, which is a international membership organisation that works with higher education organisations. I personally work in our area of leadership, governance and management, which means I work with organisations on leadership development and also governance and how we deal with significant structural problems. I do a lot of work at the moment talking about AI and the challenges of AI within a leadership environment, which is what I will talk to you about this afternoon. So, something to note is that higher education is always changing, regardless of the system that we work in. And I work in a number of different systems at the moment. The things are changing, but one of the things that we're noticing in higher education for a whole range of reasons is that the pace of change is increasing, and that items such as AI increase the complexity in the system. Many of our traditional ways of working, our pedagogical approaches are changing because of AI and other changes. And also, in many systems, the underlying models of education are changing. The reports that I'll note here, you can find freely available on our website because as a membership organisation, all of our resources are freely available to members. We did some research with higher education leaders globally 2 years ago to create a report that was called Higher Education Leadership in Uncertain Times. And I won't cover all of the report, but the report notes that we have to think about shifting from reacting to events to leaders taking more proactive approaches. And one of the challenges that this creates for leaders, and I'll talk more about this in the context of AI in a moment, is how do we build the capacity in both our leaders and faculty to be able to deal with the changes that we are seeing? And one of the big challenges for leaders, and AI, as I'll discuss, is a real significant challenge, is that there is a switch from a traditional cycle in higher education, in strategic planning, to much more use of data to try and anticipate, both at the faculty level, engaging with students, all the way through to senior leaders in institutions. So one of the challenges that AI creates is that AI is advancing so quickly. There is a challenge for leaders in a way that's described as technology always beats policy. So I've worked with many institutions that are designing AI policies or trying to implement ways to deal with AI, but the technology continues to change as they develop the policies. And sometimes the policy development has unanticipated outcomes because the technology changes so rapidly. So I'm just going to do some very quick thoughts on AI, and then we'll talk about what it means for leadership. So my background is information systems. My PhD is in information systems. And as part of that, I looked at the history of technology. And one thing to note about technology is the human brain is an amazing item. And we as humans look at the environment that we're in and we adapt the environment around us to serve our needs. And so what the brain does when it's faced with technology is it looks at how it can incorporate technology into the activities that we undertake. So if you're scribbling on a sticky note, and I very much like using sticky notes in my sessions, you're extending yourself into the external environment. AI occupies the same space. So one of the paradigm shifts, one of the challenges we have as educators is that AI is increasingly embedded into our environment, and therefore humans naturally try to make use of the technology that's embedded in our environment. Now, that's a challenge for us as educators sometimes because we want to test the capabilities of students in conditions where they can't use technology. But it is a challenge and will become an increasingly difficult challenge to navigate, partly because AI technology, if you go back a year or 2 years ago, people were using the technology in browsers. Now we're seeing more agent-based AI where a agent can be programmed to go away and undertake tasks for students or for you. So to give you a very simple example, I programmed an AI agent just as a test to go away and find sunglasses for me because I'm off on a winter holiday and I'll need some sunglasses. And the agent went away, searched the internet, found the sunglasses that I wanted and purchased them for me with no interaction from me. In educational spaces, we're already starting to see students and faculty use agents to interrogate learning management systems. So if you are familiar with Blackboard or similar, students are already using agents they programmed to go onto the sites, collect the information they need and summarize it for them. This creates some challenges for us. One of the challenges that it creates for us is that as AI becomes more embedded in the environment, it will become more and more difficult for us to distinguish between what's the output of a pure human thought and what's the use of AI technology. A very simple example of this, if any of you have used the tool Grammarly, Grammarly is an AI powered editor basically. I use Grammarly extensively to help me edit reports. If you look at the end of the process and said to me, which bits of this did you edit and which bits are Grammarly? I'm not really sure at the end of the process because there's no separation, clean separation between myself and the tool use. So for me, the context that we're in with AI is really going to be quite challenging to navigate because of its ubiquitous nature and that it will become increasingly pervasive in the environment. Most of you will probably be using Windows as your operating system. Windows 11 is about to gain agent capability on the desktop, which means that more and more people will start to use agents from their desktop. They won't go away onto a website or download an app. And that increases, as I've mentioned, this ubiquitous use of AI. So for leaders, there's a real challenge because this is not going to be a clean, separate process or task that we can say there's AI here, but not AI there. For educators in the pedagogical space, this is going to be really challenging. And I just want to mention this briefly. The other challenge this creates for educators from a pedagogical point of view, and something that I really worry about. I'm a watch collector, and I can also a little bit repair and repair watches. Now, the reason I can repair watches is I bought some cheap watches and I practiced, and many of them I broke. They don't work anymore. But in doing so, I learned my skills. I learned my skills of how to repair watches, and I'm relatively good. So one of my concerns and concerns of many people in this space is if you look at the screen, and I've got the Dreyfus model of skills acquisition, AI is creating the context in which many of our students and actually potentially faculty do not go through the process of skill development. I sometimes refer to it as the end of practice. And this is going to be really challenging because many students will not go through these phases and develop from a novice learner through the stages that we want them through interaction with us, interaction with their peers, and experimentation within their discipline areas to develop skills. So AI creates significant challenges if it removes many of the building blocks that we as educators rely on to develop skills. One of the responses to this in many environments has to be to change assessment back to secure assessment in exam spaces and so on, which has its own challenges. So, but what does this mean for leadership? I'm going to skip over that. All of our work so far has indicated AI will expand what's possible. So there'll be lots of things that we can do in terms of work process. There'll be lots of things that we can do in terms of automation within higher education, which from a leadership perspective is really useful because it creates the capacity within your institution to allow staff and faculty to do more high value activities. So if low level administration could be done by AI, it does not mean that we no longer need the person who does it. It means that we create the capacity for them to do more high value, high interest work. What AI does not do, and this is where leadership comes in and where the leadership challenge is, what is the purpose of the organization? And in much of my work, I deal with leaders of institutions to say, but what's the vision? What's the purpose? AI does not solve the problem of creating a purpose and having a direction. Yes, it could generate a strategic document for you. Yes, it could come up with a roadmap, but that is not a driven cultural human practice. It is not purpose as we understand it. So leaders are still going to be needed to decide on and drive through change related to really clear purpose. The second thing is, if we look at many of the roles and the jobs that we see as being important in the near future, the ability for human empathy and the ability to look at things contextually and use our judgment will become more, not less important. And for a leader as well, in an AI environment, what's going to become really important is the ability of the leader not simply to control, but to curate, to decide with the organization what's important, what's not important. AI will not solve this problem. And so leadership becomes more about making sense of this overall environment, and it becomes more about making sense of who we are as an organization, not simply dictating instructions. So this, by the way, the all of the QR codes take to reports, and I'm sure my slides have been provided so you can find these reports. There's a really interesting set of essays from a UK organisation called HEPI, and there's a really nice quote in there about how humans need to become significantly more intelligent, not less. AI will be used to enhance rather than replace human intelligence. So for me, the real challenge for leaders, as I've mentioned about purpose, is the spaces and the places in which we need to make use of leadership. So the kind of revelation for me and the conversations that I have with leaders is leadership in the near future is about data literacy. There is a real challenge that many of our leaders are not data literate. And much of our work as an organization at the moment is helping leaders to understand what data sources do they need to use and what do they do with that data. So one of the big challenges in workforce is upskilling our leaders and staff to understand how to use data and also how to interrogate the nature of the responses that they're getting from AI tools. That combined with emotional intelligence is where we see really strong leaders operate. And something that AI will not change and cannot change is the need for leaders to lead with transparency and ethical intent. If leaders don't do this, then you have a mechanical organization that will not fulfill its purpose. AI cannot provide ethical intent. That is a human, very human dimension. And if we do this, we can build cultures of trust, curiosity, and learning. So AI does not need to replace what we do, but it can support us in our mission. But fundamentally, for me, the future, the near future, and what we're seeing, both in the United Kingdom and so on, is the development of human-centered systems. How do we use AI to automate some things and relieve workload pressures? But how does that help us create the context for human-centered systems? So one of the big debates that I'm involved in at the moment with many university leadership teams globally is, does AI allow us to distribute leadership more in the organization? Will it enable us to give more autonomy and power further down the organization because we trust that people will make the right decisions? So distributed leadership is an increasingly important topic. And one of the challenges that's come to us from the sector is how do we put all of this within a structure? So we did some work with the sector. So we had global members from across the sector, including from the Middle East and colleagues from Saudi Arabia, work with us to develop a framework for leading in higher education. The framework is freely available and it can be used in two different ways. It can be used at the organizational level to help with organizational development of leaders, and it can also be used by individual leaders to develop their own practice. It is freely available. Do download it. I'm always very interested for people to write to me and say this bit works or you need to rethink this bit. It's very much, this is version 1.0. We released it earlier this year, and we've got 3 universities who've already adopted it to work with their leadership development, and we're looking at the feedback from that to develop version 2.0. But for us, underpinning our leadership framework is this idea that leadership is a human system. AI is just a problem to deal with within that system. And we think that leadership is, as a human system, is made up of 3 areas: knowledge and understanding of the leader, values and mindsets, and then the applications and skills. And we need the interaction of these 3 things, which will give us the leaders who can operate in a space where AI is pervasive, but also there are a range of other challenges. Because the other challenge that we are seeing alongside the AI challenge at the moment, the second biggest challenge we're seeing for leaders is that as organizations reconfigure, leaders' portfolios, the items that they need to look after, are becoming bigger and bigger. So AI seems like a really massive opportunity or challenge, but within the space of leadership, it's just one thing in an increasingly complex picture. And so we think the leadership framework gives people a way to work through and think about how do they deal with this incredibly complicated space. And the leadership framework as well also takes the position, and we take the position, leadership is contextual. So it's shaped by the people, place, and practices. So regardless of your own individual style as a leader, you also have to think about how does that fit within the context of my organization. And let's skip over that. I'm just going to finish though with a very quick story. On the left, this is me in Oslo in the summer. I am not a runner. And in Oslo in the summer, I got up and my hotel was next to the river that runs through Oslo. And it was a beautiful day. And I'm not a runner, I keep saying this. And I decided to run the river. And all of the conditions were absolutely right. And I ran the river and I ran so far one direction. And when I ran back the other direction, I realized I'd run 20 kilometers, which I've never done. And I'd done no practice and there was no intention to run 20 kilometers. But it was really easy. It just was very fluid and it just worked. On the right, about a month later, I'm in my local gym and I really struggled to run 5 kilometers, even though actually in the second picture I'm fitter than I am in the first picture, but I couldn't manage it. I just really hard to do 5 kilometers. And the point I wanted to finish on about leadership The other thing about leadership is incredibly difficult if your mental framework, if it doesn't have the conditions around you to create the things that you need to happen. And I often talk about this as potential energy, basically. So one of the other challenges for leaders, I think, even more so in the AI age, how do you make sure you're in the right space and place that you can inspire colleagues and colleagues can inspire you and you can work together? Because in that circumstance, you have the right mental conditions to do amazing things. If you're not in the right space and place, or the conditions aren't right, then you end up in the picture on the right where it's all very, very difficult. And so, just to finish, the other thing to think about as a leader, which I think is really important, if you're in a leadership role, how do you create those spaces and places around you so that there is a sense of joy and purpose in what you do? If you create that sense of joy and purpose in what you do, sometimes things are difficult in the workplace, but you create the conditions that you can make that long run along the river. And it does not feel like a long run. If you do not, even the most simple tasks feel more like the picture on the right, which I do not look very happy in. I'm going to stop there because then that will give me time for questions, and I will not run over onto the next person. I'm going to unshare.
That's great. Thank
If
you.
anyone's got any technical AI questions as well, do throw those in.
Thank you so much, Dr. Knight. That was really, really engaging and very interesting, especially when you talked about how we could utilize AI, but still it's the human aspect, right? That needs to be there for purpose, leadership, sense
Yes.
making, and so on. I don't see any questions yet. Please feel free to write them in the...
So while we wait, just to pick up on your point. So just so colleagues are aware, the transition that I've seen over the last couple of years around AI, if we go back 2 years, everyone was really worried and still are to an extent about AI in assessment. Will students use AI to cheat on assessments? Lots of organizations have thought about that problem. So what we're starting to see more now is conversations about AI and automation. So what are the spaces and places in which it makes sense to use AI and AI agents? So many universities and providers at the moment are looking at, for example, AI admissions bots, which would direct a potential student to the right person in the organization quite quickly and answer questions. Because one of the challenges, of course, is although we're not 24/7, some of our applicants and students are. And the beauty is, if somebody contacted your institution at 3 o'clock in the morning and said, I'm really interested in this course, some institutions have experimented with agents that say, this is the course area that you're interested in. I will arrange for this person to speak to you. So that potential applicant thinks, oh, great, somebody's going to contact me. From the organizational perspective, it also means that it really more rapidly pushes people to the right places. So that's one example. Internally, many institutions are also using AI to look at their policy and regulations, and it's speeding up their ability to change policy and regulations at speed. So yeah, the shift has been very much this year about automation and how can we free up the capacity for people to be able to undertake high value activities, which actually, if you think from a leadership perspective, we want staff to be engaged in things that really make a difference to our mission.
Yeah, exactly. And the judgment and I think, and also faculty understanding that they're still active agents in this process and not either completely giving up and thinking, oh, everything now is cheating. And, you spoke about assessment. And we've been through the same journey, I think, as an institution. We started very much so from policing, catching the students, using detection tools, to now understanding that, this is here to stay. How do we utilize it for the benefit of our students, creating critical thinking? And we have a number of tools. Like one of them is a 24-hour tool that the students can up into, which is great that you've mentioned that as well. We have one question. Thank you for that, Dr. Knight. We have one question by one of our colleagues, and thank yous as well. But one question is, how do you conceptualize AI literacy?
So this is such a nice question. Thank you for this question, because this is actually a quite contested
Mm,
area. There's a few different approaches that people have taken, and I'll tell you my conceptualization in a moment. Um, Many institutions have gone down the road of saying AI literacy is about understanding specific tools. So some institutions, especially in the United Kingdom, have got Microsoft Copilot as an example, and they use Microsoft Copilot and teach the students how to use it. And they say by teaching them how to use this tool, this enables them to understand AI literacy. I'm not convinced by that approach. For me, AI literacy is a much broader set of competencies where individuals are given the frameworks and the skills to understand, evaluate, and responsibly use artificial intelligence. Because for me, there's an ethical dimension as well. We have to understand the spaces and places where it's appropriate to use these tools and the context in which we can do them. So in practice, this should mean that if we think about students, a student should be able to understand the basis of what an AI tool are, the different types, how to critically assess their outputs, and understand also how and where they can be used and consider the potential biases and risks. So literacy for me is about those frameworks and underlying skills. In the United Kingdom at the moment, we have a bit of a challenge in that humanities courses are struggling for a whole range of reasons. So many institutions are cutting humanities courses, but the humanities and the social sciences to me are really important to this underlying AI literacy. And I get slightly nervous where conversations about AI are very technical. They can be very technical if you're an AI expert. But for most students, for me, it's about this contextual knowledge and frameworks. Thank you. That's a really good question. I could have done a session just about AI literacy because it's such an interesting topic.
Great, thank you. I think that's the only question, and it's important to also keep our time.
Yes.
Some more comments that this was very interesting. And thank you so much as well for your very helpful sources that you were
Yes.
citing, the work of Advance AG and so on. So unless you have any other comments yourself, Dr.
No,
Nan?
thank you for inviting me, colleagues, and enjoy the rest of your very packed 360 festival. There's lots of interesting things on today.
Yes, thank you. And thank you so much again for making the time to join us and give us this very interesting presentation. It's really insightful.
Thank you, colleagues.
Bye. Thank you, everyone. See you in the next session. Bye.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi.
Good morning. Are you in
Yeah,
France?
good morning, but yeah, thank you. Okay, so we are here ahead of the people, like 5 minutes before.
Yeah, we're here just a little bit before.
Perfect. That's
And
very comfortable.
yeah, that'll be good, right?
Yeah.
Would you mind checking my pronunciation of your name? Will you say your name?
Sure. Fresque.
Fresque. Oh, my R is not good.
Your R is perfect, don't worry.
Oh, is it Javier?
Xavier, it's French, yeah, but Javier, everything's fine.
Okay.
It doesn't matter really. This is
Okay. Is there anything else that you want me to plug at
No,
the
I'm just gonna
beginning?
check if I can share.
Yeah, make sure that you're able
Yeah.
to share and
Can you
everything.
see?
Looks good.
Okay, I'll stop sharing.
Oh, you can have that up already. I think that's great.
You think?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, put it up and then people know that they're in the right place.
Okay, yeah, sure. Hop, partager, bam, bam, and slideshow.
Looks great. Yeah,
It's
perfect.
good.
Yeah,
Perfect.
so we it's just at like exactly 1:15 or what
Yeah.
12, 11, 10:15 is that right? Your time?
Yeah.
We'll start just because I think that's when the recording kicks in as
Yeah.
well.
But
And
where are you located?
I'm in the UAE. I'm in Abu Dhabi.
Oh, you're in Abu Dhabi. Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna be here in the week of the 8th of December.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Amazing. All right. I go to Sorbonne a lot because it has one of the best climbing gyms.
Yeah, apparently it's what people say.
And the
I've never
gallery.
been to the sports facilities so far,
Oh,
but
it's great.
I
Yeah.
go very often, but I've never been there. Okay, good.
That's so
Yeah.
funny. Okay, so I'll just hang out and we'll get
Yeah,
it started.
I'm here. No worries.
Perfect.
Hmm. Yes. Better.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I think some folks will join us as we're as we're moving along here, but let's get started. Yeah, there's people entering every moment here. Welcome to our afternoon session. I'm very pleased to introduce Xavier Fresquet, and he's going to discuss our from Sorbonne University in Paris. Although I've just found out that he does spend some time in Abu Dhabi with us.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's so great. I'm glad to see that there's a lot of collaboration between the campuses too. That's very cool.
Yeah.
So he's going to share with us about the National AI Strategy of France and the development of AI education. So thank you so much. I'll give you a little bit of warning when we're getting close to time.
Yeah.
Floor is yours.
Yeah, I'll try to be on time. So thank you very much, Emily, and thanks to everyone for inviting me today. I think it's a very interesting conference indeed. And also thank you for all the beautiful communication around the event. I think all the organizers did a very, very good job. So my name is Xavier Fresquet. I'm in charge of the AI Center at Sorbonne University. We have an AI center, as I will describe, in Paris, of course, and also in Abu Dhabi, and I'm in charge of both. That's why I move between the two locations from times to times. Today, I'm going to talk about AI education, which is a very strategic and central topic that raises a lot of questions also at our university. I'm going to show you examples of quite large education projects that we have developed and we are currently developing. And in the end, I would like to raise some questions that are very important to us. So my example at Sorbonne University is just one example. I think everyone is facing the same challenges, and the idea is just to discuss that really on the topic of machine learning, data science, and AI in the largest sense in a university setting. So just a quick word. Sorbonne University is a university located in Paris. We have about 45,000 students in about 20 different campuses in the city. And one key element is that we have 3 marine stations because we do a lot of oceanography in Banyuls, Roscoff, and Villefranche, so on the Atlantic Ocean and on the Mediterranean Sea. The university is divided in 3 faculties: the faculties of Science and Engineering, that has mathematics, computer science, robotics, biology, physics, etc. A faculty of Humanities. It's where I come from, actually. My background is in digital humanities. That's just a quick word. So with literature, history, geography, and very important philosophy, where you have ethics of AI. And we have a large faculty of medicine. We have 7 hospitals at Sorbonne University, one hospital named Pitié-Salpêtrière in Paris, which is the largest hospital in continental Europe, and therefore a lot of research going on in medicine. And in the past 5-6 years, lots of projects related to precision medicine, personalized medicine, and AI for health in the broader sense. So we work collaboratively with all these researchers and all the students. So that's one challenge. The first part will be focused on the national strategy so that you understand the context that we have in France, but it's more or less the same context in the UAE with the national strategy in the UAE. So the national strategy wants to position AI not just as a technical tool, but as a tool that will also shape and transform society, and that needs, in that regard, leadership from universities. And I will give the example of my university. The National Strategy of AI is built on a report that was created by Cédric Villani, who is a field medalist, a French mathematician, that was edited in March 2018, and where there were a lot of possible contributions or ideas that could be developed by the nation. One of them was the development of AI centers, not one in each university, because it would be too many, but a smaller number with dedicated budget so that we could do research, education, and have a real impact and visibility at the European and the international level. And that's why, and also it's important to say that our strategy is not the first, of course. The first AI strategy was created by Canada, the Pan-Canadian AI strategy in 2017. And then a lot of national strategies came along, developing strategic topics for AI development in the industry, in education, in health, etc., etc. And that's why in 26 years ago, I participated in the creation. So I work with a mathematician here at Sky, and we manage this institute. We created this institute dedicated to not being a lab per se. We have multiple labs and research units, but to be a space where researchers can meet, can teach, can develop research projects together also with industrial partners. So interdisciplinary and intersectoral are the two keywords for this center. Our community is relatively small. It's about 400 permanent researchers, so professors, associate professors, but also full-time researchers, 650 doctoral and postdoctoral researchers. One key element in AI, so I come from humanities, and in AI, there are not that many postdocs. It's very specific to this domain because they tend to go to work right after their PhD, but we have some, a little bit, but it's mainly PhD students. They are located in about 40 different labs. So some labs in computer science or in robotics are quite large, with a lot of people. And some labs, like my lab in music and musicology, for instance, have just one or two researchers. And the idea of this institute is to bring together all these people because they don't teach in the same master degrees or the same degrees. They don't go to the same conferences. Sometimes they are not on the same campuses. So they basically, even if they are in the same universities, they never see each other. So we needed a space for people to meet and to exchange ideas and to develop projects. We also have in our ecosystem about 60 industrial partners. I will explain a little bit later what these industrial partners do with us. So the AI Center, so it's an institute, not really a lab, it's more of a larger institute, was created in 2019. The idea was to be visible, high impact, and as I said, that our DNA is interdisciplinarity and intersectorality. Our priorities are, of course, promoting research, because everything is based on research in what we do at the university. Strengthen AI education, I will give you some example. Attract new partners, connect with more people in the community through events, through workshops, through seminars, and provide a physical space for exchange and collaboration. So that's some pictures of the AI Center. It's quite small, but it's created in a former library. So it used to be a library, the collections were moved, and that's where we have this AI Center now, and where we do a lot of various things. It's actually where I am now, you can see. And one thing that we have, and we are the only one in France, is that when we created this center back in 2019, at the very same time, we created a center in Abu Dhabi, at Sorbonne University Abu Dhabi. A little different, a little smaller, of course, but still very interesting, built around industrial research with two main partners, Total and Thales, where we built two separate teams and where we trained the first PhD students of Sorbonne University Abu Dhabi, and we are very proud of that, did and finished their PhD for the last year. And now research is continuing thanks to this start that was given by this what we call industrial research chairs. And that's where we enter the first large project related to education. So within this national strategy, the French Ministry of Research decided to grant some universities, not that many, some funding to what we call massify, so develop AI education, mainly at the master's level and at the bachelor's level. And it touches a little bit also continuing education. And so the idea, the goal that the state wanted us to do was to double the number of students that we have in AI within like 6 or 7 months. So that was a complete impossible mission. But nevertheless, we tried, we wrote a proposal with some ideas that we already had. So we had already educational projects, and so that was an opportunity to develop them. And I will give you some details about that, but it was a very ambitious goal. And so we decided to apply and we got selected. We had a very small consortium around Sorbonne University, a company named Open Classrooms that does online classes. So the idea was partially to develop online courses, and a company that's called DataCraft that does mainly continuing education. What they do is they gather data scientists, so engineers, every week or multiple times during the week, to do workshops, to develop joint projects or challenges in order for them to maintain their skill in data science. Because the problem in data science is that the domain is going very, very quickly. The techniques are developing very, very quickly. And if you've had your engineering degree 6 years ago, you need to be updated in the techniques, in the methods that you use. And so the idea was to develop that with this specific company. So mainly continuing education. So the 4 key actions that we did in this project was develop new undergraduate programs, amplify what we did at the master's level, so not necessarily develop new master's degrees, but develop or enhance or offer more seats in our master's degrees, co-design with Open Classroom what we call modular online certificates. So the idea is for students to be able to pick within a course offering multiple courses related to statistics, data science, programming, etc., to get a certificate in the end. And of course, expand lifelong learning programs, short, middle range, or long, more complete executive education programs. So one key element that we developed, and I think that's one of the very important step that we had, and now it's ongoing, and we are very proud of that, is develop data science at the bachelor's level with what we call a data science minor. So we have a major minor system at Sorbonne University. Basically, I don't know if you know European credits, but bachelor's degree, 3 years, 180 degrees, so 60 credits a year. And the idea here is that you have 2/3 in one domain, let's say physics. So you have 120 credits in physics, and you have 60 credits in data science over the course of the 3 years. So it starts small with 12 credits in year 1, and then it amplifies over the 3 years. And the idea here is to train not necessarily people who are major in computer science or major in mathematics, which are the usual populations that we have in AI, but to train a new generation of students that will be specialized in biology, in physics, in chemistry, but with a very strong background in data science and in statistics. In order to do that, we develop specific courses: data science by example, database data management, probability statistics, inferential statistics, complex data, ethics, and specific data science projects that students take along the 3 years. And it was very, very new. And this project helped us create that. And we are now just seeing the first results of this new bachelor's degree, because when the students finish their bachelor degree here, then they can enter a master's degree in physics or in chemistry with very specific skills in data science, and that's very helpful for them then to go into a PhD degree, for instance, where AI has become a very, very important topic right now in research. Almost all research projects now AI is involved, and so we need to train the students from year 1 to be able to really master these skills when they enter the PhD. What we used to say, or we say still today, is that we try to build a continuum from year 1 till the end of the PhD in AI. So you start with 12 credits in year 1, and you go into the master's degree and then the PhD, and finish with a PhD in machine learning for high energy physics, working at CERN. So that's one example, because it's actually an example that exists. At the master's level, as I said, it was quite different because, again, we are a large university, and moving a large university is complicated. You cannot change the master's degrees. You cannot change everything easily. It's very challenging. And so here, the idea was to increase what exists already. So we bet on the fact that we already have strong master's degrees. We wanted to modify a little bit some of the units already installed in those master degrees, but keeping the general backbones, if you want, and introduce some AI courses in what we call non-specialized master's degrees, so physics, chemistry, biology, environment, public health, social sciences, where we develop specific 3 or 6 credits units for the master students. So that's for non-specialists again. Then we go into what we call modular online training. So this certificate is something that is done online and goes on top of the degree. So it does not account for the number of credits that the student get. They can apply and do this training in addition, and they get a specific certificate that they can valorize within their resume or during their internships to get some skills in data analysis, Python programming, statistics, basic data science, but also ethics of AI. We introduce a lot of social sciences courses related to AI for engineers and computer scientists. For lifelong learning, it is not a secret to say that we are not the best in France at Sorbonne University. It's a domain where we want to do more, we want to improve, and I think it's the case for many universities that I see, and some in France are very, very good, but we indeed are not the best, and so we saw an opportunity to develop continuing education. Here you have an example. I was giving a class last week, so I showed a picture, and so here the main goal is upskilling. So upskilling is providing new skills to professionals, to engineers that have been working for 20 years in a company and that needs to acquire new skills because their domain is developing with the development of AI tools or AI techniques in their specific domain, in energy, in HR, in whatever topic. Reskilling, which is changing roles, which is within a company. And here the idea is also to develop new formats because at the university we are used to specific formats for teaching, for labs, for projects, etc. But here we wanted to develop new formats through individual coaching, through serious games, through bring your own data. So bring your own data is the training where you actually bring some example of data that you use on your daily tasks, and you see with data scientists how some machine learning techniques, maybe not necessarily the state of the art, but some techniques could be used to help analyze or make predictions using your specific data. And the ambition of this project is very high for us because we wanted to train almost 20,000 students in 5 years, which is a lot. It is a lot. Not necessarily at the same level, of course, but it is a lot of students with specific goals every year that we have to achieve. And so we have, I think it was last month, we have an evaluation every year from the French ministry to see if we reached that goal. And so in some regards, we almost reached it. In some, we had a better result. We could not predict that very sharply, but overall, we are doing okay. In all the 3 faculties, so core AI, computer science, mathematics, data science, and also in humanities, and also in medicine. So we train a lot of students doing medical education, for instance, then they train here actually. And the approach that we have is a bit tailored to the needs of the audience. So what we call initial education is the main education. So research-based learning, labs, projects, internships, a lot of summer schools. We organize a lot of specialized summer schools. For modular programs, the idea is more of an active approach and self-directed. So the students get to pick, as I said, a series of courses that go with one another. So we have selections of courses to provide the certificate at the end, but they do not necessarily do the same courses. That's the approach that we decided to have. And for lifelong learning, again, we wanted to have a profession-centered approach. And so, for instance, I give a lot of prompt engineering courses, for instance, and I do prompt engineering for communications, prompt engineering for HR, prompt engineering for legal services. And so every time they are very, very different. I have to change the way and the topics and the examples that I give so that people understand the impact that it can have on their daily tasks. And usually I also prepare by asking the students what they would be using AI for, and to provide me with concrete examples of use cases that they would have on their daily life. So it's a lot of preparation in order for the training to be very, very tailored to the needs of the audience. And the key to do that, and I think it's the problem for everyone, I mean, in many, many universities, is that we don't have enough teachers. We want to create courses, we want to create Python courses, programming, data science, statistics, but we don't have enough lecturers. And the key is recruiting lecturers. So the budget that was given to us mainly was used to recruit associate professors mainly, and some professors, but mainly associate professors, and to provide more than 10,000 teaching hours over the course of 5 years. And so the idea to be attractive here was that this associate professor would have a little less teaching hours than the regular associate professor, some research funding, some PhD support, and a salary that is a little better than regular associate professors in France. And so that we attracted some colleagues that are very good, and we're very happy to have them. But in a way, and that's one of the criticism that we can formulate here, we also created some kind of mercato of professors in France, because they came from neighboring university that we know very well, and so our colleagues were not very happy. Some of our colleagues went to these universities, and so every summer you have some time of moving around of colleagues because of this funding, because of this program, and that's one of the impacts of this project that we did not think about beforehand, but it happened in reality. And so it's 37. So yeah, I see. I still have about 20 minutes. 15.
I've got
15.
about 12, 12, 13 minutes to speak, and then we got
12. Okay,
5 or 10
I'll do
minutes
it in 12 minutes.
for Q&A. Yeah.
And so the last bit after this project was the launch of what we call the national AI clusters. So now France has 9 AI clusters, which are big research centers focused on AI. It was launched during the Action Summit last year in February in France. And in this time, the Sorbonne Center for AI became the Sorbonne Cluster for AI, because we aggregated some new partners around our community. So the higher education institutions, so the Museum of Natural History that train masters and PhD students, the National Library of France that also co-funds PhDs, the INRIA, INSERM that are the French AI higher education landscape is a bit strange, but it's research organisms that fund mainly PhDs, and also new hospitals, where we associated also partners such as Sciences Po, which is a university, let's call it a university in Paris dedicated to social sciences that work a lot on the social impacts of AI. Paris 2, Panthéon-Assas, which is a university nearby focused on law, because one thing that we don't have at Sorbonne University is law. And so we needed people to work on AI regulation, AI governance. And so we aggregated this university in this project. And also some smaller partners, like the Cour de Cassation is the Supreme Court of France. And so we develop AI projects with the Supreme Court of France. It's very interesting. It's relatively small, but very, very interesting. And 60 industrial partners that mainly co-fund PhDs or fund PhD projects. It's within the topics that are key in this project. So the project is easy. It's around 21 pre-identified research programs in science, social science, and medicine, and a transversal program that funds PhD students, student mobility, events, communication, etc. Just to give you an example. So now the community is about 70,000 students that we gather. Here you have a map of the 9 AI clusters in France. So 4 are located around Paris and 5 are outside of Paris. And the reason why the 4 are within Paris is because 50% of the mathematics community in France is in the Région Île-de-France, so inside of Paris. And so that's why you have 4 centers close to one another. So how we, in terms of education, because the topic is education, we wanted education to be correlated to research, so backed by research. And so we built what we call collaborative acceleration programs, so research projects, where we would hire lecturers, PhD students, postdocs, and develop education projects based on the research that is currently being done, so state-of-the-art research. And so that's one of the main goal in terms of education. And so here, the target is also quite high. We want to train about 26,000 students over the course of 5 years, complementing the first project that I showed called Sorbonne AI, which was focused on bachelor and masters. And this one is focused on masters and PhD. And so we have the full range of what we do in terms of education at the university. And we have to addition to that, lifelong learning, of course, where we have a very high target in terms of students that we train, but it's not necessarily the same volume in terms of teaching hours. And so here, what I really wanted to discuss with you is, and that's why I wrote down some questions here, is that, okay, we are an institute, we manage this large education and research and education projects in France. We have plenty of partners, we have academic partners, we have industrial partners, but it's a project, so it has a specific duration. And so even if the funding is interesting, it raises a lot of questions. So the first question is the question of sustainability. And that's a question that we have tried to address in the proposals, but we are not oracles, so we don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. And so how can we sustain the development of AI education in this context without this specific project funding? The second topic is the workforce, what I call workforce, but it's how to have enough people to teach AI, data science, statistics, and how can we attract some new talents to teach in our universities. The topic of industrial PhDs, which is very important for us. So we have lots of companies. Actually, I have almost every week a company calling me to fund an industrial PhD. The money is not an issue. What is an issue with us, and it might be different in the UAE, is that in France, when you supervise PhDs, you have a limit. You cannot supervise more than 3 PhDs full time, so 300%. If you co-supervise a PhD, it's 50%. But basically, you have a limit. And the colleagues that are very, very good and very, very well known usually are full in terms of PhD students. And so they have to wait for a PhD student to finish his PhD to have an open spot for a new PhD student. And so that's also an issue. I mean, it's important because the students it's better for the students, but it can be a problem. Something that I didn't talk about, and I think is quite important, is that we in Paris develop a lot of programs for high schools. Because as I said, we develop a continuum from year one to PhD, but actually the work needs to be done before. And so we need to start working on programming, on statistics, on data science in high school, especially if we want to have more women in AI at the university, because the work needs to be done before so that they choose the right path in bachelor and master's degrees. And we have 18% of women in AI today, which is not enough. And we have to work with high schools in order to convince also women that they would be amazing at doing AI, but they need to be 15 or 16 to make that choice. Ethics is a key element. How do we implement all the ethical and the regulatory aspects of AI that are moving very, very quickly? In Europe, we have the AI Act. In the UAE, I know it's different, but how do we reconcile all of this in the teaching that we do? A key, very, very, very important topic is infrastructure. So in order to do AI, you need computing power. And you need various types of computing power, depending on the tasks that you do. And as much as you train more and more and more students, the more computing power you need, and the more investment you need from the university. So it's investment in computing power, but it's also investment in HR to maintain this computing power in collaboration with professors. Inclusion is, of course, a very important topic. I mentioned women, which is important, but it's not the only point of inclusion. We also here are trying to develop, we are trying to develop a program for persons with disabilities. And it takes time and it's challenging. We are trying to do our best, but it's something that we need to keep in mind. And global competition, it's a very key element because we are friends, we are a tiny country in comparison to the US or to China. How do we compete? How do we remain competitive? How do we attract talent when we see that there is almost a war going on in AI for talents, for data, for computing power? And with that, I think, whoop, I am done with the presentation. I want to thank you once again very, very much. If you have any comment, any question, I'm here. You can ask now. You can send me a message. Feel free. Thank you very much. And thank you, Emily.
Yeah, thanks. For those of our folks who are in the audience, you can write in the Q&A box, and I can kind of moderate those questions. Well, while folks are writing, I guess I have a question because I
Yes,
think
please.
you bring up a really interesting point that there's a lot of growing pains, but it's growing pains because it's such a young field, right? Like you have maybe more interest in being taught than you have teachers, and you
Yes,
have
yes.
and you know how do you go through to make sure that um you know are you trying to pull people away from industry to fill some of those spaces?
Yeah.
Are there other, there's just if it wasn't that popular of a field already for professors to be teaching,
Mm.
what are the ways that you find those folks to do it, to meet those goals?
Yeah. I think it's a very important topic and it raises multiple questions. So the role of industry is important. So in France, it might exist in the UAE, I'm not sure. In France, we have specific positions. It's called PAST for like associate professors from industry. So we have, so it's funded by the ministry. So a person from EDF, a company gets a salary from the industry to teach, let's say 60 hours over 1 year. It's a 3-year contract and they teach very specific projects, etc. And so and that's very important in some of the master's degrees that we have. And indeed, that's something that needs to be developed because on one hand, we need more teachers. And on the other hand, uh, companies, French companies, for instance, also are interested in doing this because they have access to the students. So they can see some of the students, they can get students to do internships. So for them, it's kind of a win-win. So that's one point. The second point, I think, is in terms of approach, because what I see coming from the humanities again, is that you don't teach programming the same way you do a computer science major and a literature major and a medical doctor. It's really, really different. And so you have to adapt to the approach, the exercises, everything that you do. And for instance, I'm doing it, I did it for the first time last January. I'm doing it next January, a winter school on digital humanities and AI, where I get 40 PhD students in literature, geography, anything, that have never done programming in their lives. Never. And in 2 weeks, they have programming courses every morning and they have projects in the afternoon where they do analysis of text, analysis of images, etc., etc. Some things that can be useful for their PhD. And with the development of, well, specific metacodical approach and the use also of generative AI, which is something when used the right way that can facilitate the fact that some students can be scared of using these techniques. I did it last year. I was really, really amazed. After 2 weeks, they present a project with a presentation, with data analysis, data visualization, notebooks in Python. And it's really, really amazing because it's not just generating, they understand what they did. And they did something that you would not be able to do 5 years ago, for instance. And I think that's changing also the way we do research and the way we teach.
Yeah, I guess that's one opportunity to say, maybe we'll be a little bit more open-minded that those people who are coming through the humanities with
Yeah.
AI experience can come and also teach
Yes.
within AI. They don't have to
Yeah.
just come through that pathway of
Yeah.
I was a computer scientist or I
Yes.
did. No, yeah, very interesting.
And the same goes for medical doctors because we teach medical doctors in year 2 and 3 of medical education, medical school, and then they become either general practitioners and they will use some AI tools in their general practice, and that's fine, but they will understand how it works and the limitations and the risks. So that's good for you and for us as patients. And when they become researchers, they are much more precise in the way they want to develop their projects. Because right now, when I discuss with an old professor of medicine that has never done programming, he knows that he wants to do AI, but he really does not know how, and he really does not understand also the importance of data, because it's another generation, and it's fine, and we are here to explain. But the fact that we are training these students now, in 10 years' time, I think will also really, really change the way we do research. And I think the medical domain, to me, is the one that has potentially the most impact also, and it's very important. So it's important to mitigate the risks and to see the risks and to teach ethics and to regulate, but to also see the possible outcomes, positive outcomes that we can have, especially in health, in cancer, in cardiology, in anything, in vision, that are very, very, very promising. We need to keep some hope, at least a little bit.
Yeah, well, I guess that was the theme of today also, right? Like think about the possibilities and the benefits that we can get, and don't get too stuck so that you don't even see what those benefits can be, right?
Yeah.
Right, in our last just minute, I just wrote this on my whiteboard
Yeah.
because
Oh,
I'm super.
Xavier,
Oh no, it won't even show
oh,
it.
no, I
It's
see,
the
because you
code.
have.
There we go. The code for today is Paris. So if you're trying to
Ah, that's
certificate,
nice. Thank you so much.
I can't type in the chat box. So if you're
Okay.
an attendee here and you're trying to get that certificate, the password is Paris. All right.
All
Thank you
right.
so
Thank
much.
you so much. Thank you for hosting us, and
Yeah.
thank you for the question. Thank you for the lovely conversation.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we'll be in touch in the UAE.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank
Come
you.
to Sorbonne and climb. All right.
Yeah,
Thank
with
you.
pleasure.
All right. Thank you,
Cheers. Bye-bye.
everyone. Bye-bye. Hello to Kim and Sadia. We've got just a couple minutes. We'll start at
Hi,
2
Dr.
o'clock.
Lee. I'm very sorry. I didn't realize the session was ongoing when I
Oh,
came.
you're fine. Yeah, it's just an open room, and then each of the sessions. But I think they're recording, and the recording starts at the time, so we can't start early. And you might see people kind of leave and come back. But I'll introduce you and get everything going at like 1 minute after the hour, just so we don't get cut off. If that sounds
It's all
good.
right. It's okay.
Great. Sorry.
Uh,
Yes, thank you. Anyway, I'll just quickly. Okay, I'll just wait. So, how's it gone this today so far? It's 10 o'clock.
It's been really great. And yeah, if you've got a presentation or anything that you want to share, you can bring that up just so people know that they're in the right room.
Yes.
And we
Yes.
can just make sure that works.
Sadia, have you got it to hand?
Yeah, I'm doing that. Just hold on.
Thank you. We kind of went to the wire. It was a very busy few weeks.
This has been a ridiculously busy week, and I think next week is for our faculty as well. So I don't know what has happened that everything is so much busier than it was even.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like that. But the good thing is, this was a nice part. Just thinking about the presentation, I
Oh,
kind
good.
of enjoyed it in the week. So here we go.
Great. And you can just leave that up as so people come in and they know they're in the right spot.
Yeah, fabulous.
And just after 2 o'clock, I'll introduce you. So I'm gonna go grab a cup of tea because I keep coughing.
It's all right. Well, great. Noted.
Yes, okay.
But we'll keep this up and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
As people.
Sadia, I'm just going to pause a sec. Oh, you've gone this one.
Yes, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this session. I'm very happy to introduce Kim Swain and Sadia Riaz, who are speaking to us about teaching in the age of AI, redefining pedagogy roles and resilience. Oh my gosh, not resistance, resilience. I forgot my glasses today and I'm struggling just a little bit. I'm very happy to have a lot of attendees here. If you have questions throughout, you can write in the Q&A box, and I'll kind of moderate those questions. Presenters, you've got about 35 minutes, and I'll give you a little wave when you're getting close, just so we've got about 5 minutes at the end for questions. All right, so with that, I'll hand it over. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Emily. It's lovely to meet you all, and thank you for inviting us to present at this conference. I can see Nicolina's here. So actually, yeah, teaching in the age of AI, that's what we're talking about today. Emily accidentally said resistance. In fact, to be honest, resistance is something that's quite important within that framework as well. And that we hope we will touch on it when we talk about how academics are adapting to these new initiatives in AI. But first of all, I just want to start by saying, reshaping knowledge work impact on what skills the future workforce will need. And the consequences of that are that means these shifts might influence our teaching practices and particularly the roles of academics and how they are teaching students, for example. Is my internet connection okay? It keeps sending a message saying I'm unstable.
Yeah, you went in and out a little bit, but it seems like it's settled in. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll let you know if it's bad, or we'll just move on. Yeah.
So I'm going to be looking at these skills. What does it mean? What kind of skills are required? How will things change, both for the academics and the students in the classroom? And then Sadia will present some really exciting innovations that we've been developing and implementing at SBJ and London School of Management, where I was the former dean, and Sadia is currently a reader. And hopefully we can have a nice discussion afterwards to look at some of those issues in this real, kind of setting. So if we go on to the AI moment, as we call it, so AI in the future of work. Okay, so it's not a new technology. It's redefining the nature of expertise. Tasks that once required quite significant human cognitive effort, things like synthesis and summary and drafting and problem solving, can all now be done by AI in seconds. Okay, so that changes the nature of work, the nature of routine tasks, and what has to be done and how it should be done. And I mean, obviously, this is, something that's up for debate, but if we look across the sector, and at SBJ in London, we did a lot of benchmarking around what, with these skills would be, both with practitioners as well as academics, and looked at what other academic institutions were doing. And we're talking about, sorry, slide 3, please. We're talking about critical evaluation. So rather than just recalling things from memory, it's about being, being critical, being able to analyze, being able to interpret. It's about sense making. How do we understand processes, for example? And this is really critical because we live in a VUCA, V-U-C-A world, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, constantly changing. The technology is changing, the environment's changing. So there's requirements for an agility to be able to think and learn and adapt and unlearn and relearn very fast. This is called meta learning. Okay, and in this context, it's very important. We collaboration, interpersonal intelligence, working across disciplines, working in teams, working in groups. It's almost like the world is now a matrix organization. You come together on a case-by-case basis, on a project-by-project basis, and then disperse. Expertise comes in where it's required. It's that ability to be agile and work with teams in this way that's so critical. And as I've already said, adaptability and continuous learning. So it's quite interesting. I just, apologies, but came in for the end of the last presentation, and there was a discussion around the importance of technology and AI in terms of the medical sector. And I absolutely agree with that. I think AI is going to be critical in shaping practices. But I also think the other big sector where it's going to be really impactful is higher education. And that's where we are talking about, huge advancements in EdTech and how technology is used in education. And I suppose the challenge is to really think about, not just what students are learning, but how they are learning and how they can use technology to learn at their own pace. What are the advantages of using technology? And we'll come on to showing you some examples of those later. But one thing I do want to say is, just when we talk about the skills and the changes, it's not to say that we don't already do this in academia. I mean, it would be remiss of me to say that, of course, critical thinking, critical evaluation, these are all in the UK level 7, for example, but they're very, very important, and we do teach them. But it's just a way that we're looking around, how do we recall information? How do we use information? How do we process information? That are these skills that just take us up a level or two in terms of what that looks like. I've kind of got a regulatory hat on as well, because we're a brand new institution, and so there's a lot of regulatory scrutiny. In terms of implications for higher education, okay, so previously information was scarce to some extent, even though Google, kind of helped us out with things, and the academic was the primary gateway to knowledge. But the reality has changed. As I said before, students can access information, explanations, critiques, and simulations instantly, just, with literally a few sentences, and they can get that information. So the role of academics can't be around delivering content, okay? It has to be around designing environments where students can develop judgment, creativity, ethical awareness, and interpretive skills too. So the changing role of the academic, oh, sorry, Sadia. Has it not changed? Are we on slide 5? Ah, yeah, okay. So if we look at how the role of the academic is changing, where have we come from in this process? So we call it the sage on the stage. Basically, the expert who's really at the forefront of this knowledge in their field. Lectures were absolutely critical. Assessments were largely based around testing recall and memory, and expertise flowed in one direction. Now that's a very simplistic view, because we know there's flipped classrooms, we know there's Socratic teaching, and these things come more into play. So this is just a simplistic view of that. But basically, and there was nothing wrong with this model, actually. It had a time and it had a space in an era where knowledge was scarce. But we certainly know, and I know this, that, employers have been increasingly demanding, applied knowledge as well. How do we apply this knowledge in practice? So really, these things are coming together at the same time. There's a huge emphasis on practical information, practical and applied learning as well. But if we look at the new academic role, and this is where, it'd be great to have some input from the audience, what we found is that AI has destabilized that traditional sage on the stage role. And if a student can get an answer in 3 seconds from AI, then what is the professor's value? Okay, and the professor's value is quite multi-dimensional, we would argue, that we found. So basically, the first one is a kind of curator of knowledge, helping students navigate. Well, actually, let's go back a step. If we talk about kind of being a learning architect, actually, so designing tasks, designing assessments where students have to think, reflect, create, and apply judgment. Okay, then there's the role of the curator of knowledge. They help students navigate the sheer volume of information that they are having to work with AI and help to recognize quality, interpret, make decisions about what information they're going to use. Now, this isn't just students, this is all of us. I certainly know that I struggle with the huge amount of information that comes out, and how, from my own experience, I have to be very discerning in the way that it's used. But I'm a trained academic, and my skill sets really come into play here because I am trained to interrogate and think and critique and analyze and then draw things together in order to move to the next stage. Problematization, some of us might call it. Sense-making guide. Okay, again, very much linked to how do you how do you understand quality? How do you interpret? How do you really engage with the work that's generated? How do the next one is cognitive thinking. So academics have to really think about how can students think out loud? How can they describe, explain, discuss, analyze the process of how they're getting there? And obviously the ethical side is very, very important, and there's a lot of clarity needed around ethics and AI, but to maintain that, how to use AI ethically is very important in terms of the role of the academics. And community building. So, really fostering conversations, dialogue, intellectual risk-taking in supportive environments. This is now what's quite a multi-dimensional role for the academic. If we turn to pedagogical skills, obviously, again, some of these things are very much already in play, but if we look at around, rethinking teaching, so it's, dialogic learning, using structured debates, it is, I think of it sometimes like, the old Oxbridge model about debating societies. And this is one of the things that, we have to teach our students to become very well versed in. They could use AI as a sparring partner. They can challenge it and critique it as well in order to develop these skills. But this is part of what learning must look like in terms of, there can be things like, and Sadia is going to give us some examples, I think, on this later, think, pair, share discussions, that might analyze contrasting AI outputs. Thesis and antithesis in the old world is what I used to call it in former teaching times. Interactive, authentic tasks. Obviously, now this is not new, but really real work consultancy projects, building community organizations, students using AI prototypes to create marketing plans, risk assessments, financial models, because these are the things they're going to use when they go out into the future of work. Analyzing industry challenges. AI is a very useful tool here as well, but all of it has to be set in the context of what we said before in terms of the types of skills that are going to be required and how these work in the classroom. How am I doing for time? Okay, sorry, I'm in assessment redesign. Again, I think, this is about looking from how do you identify, how do you create assessments that focus on the process of doing the assessment, so with the use of AI, for example. So again, ways to include, we're not talking about banning AI, we're really in favor of AI. How do we include AI explicitly? So what assessment really have to focus on is how it's about the quality of thinking and not the final output. So if we talk about how did the students reach their conclusions, how did they use AI, how did they use the prompts in AI, what was their reasoning, what was their prompt evolution, what are their understandings and the strengths and limitations of AI during that process. So to critique their process during the process of assessments as well. So this will take us to more kind of portfolio type assessments, really thinking about some of those different types of assessments above, but also in a portfolio and a range of activities. And yeah, so what we call multimodal assessments. So, assessments in many, many different formats, not just the written format. Okay, so that's a whistle-stop tour of AI in education and what it might look like. But what about the faculty? Okay, now, first of all, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, academics are often quite resistant to change. Okay, and it takes time, and it takes a lot of discussion and a lot of communication. One thing we don't have is time. The world is changing so quickly, and as my former boss used to say, it will be the last person standing because of the speed at which AI is changing higher education. I'm not quite in that camp, but what I would say is, there is a need to ensure that academics are on board. I think it's really, we've got to recognize that this transition and what AI is doing can be hugely overwhelming for staff. It's like, as I say, the pace, the uncertainty, the ambiguity, how do you adapt? And there are adaptations needed if you're going to work successfully with AI. Well, certainly we found at SBJ, and there's been, quite a high level of success. But what are the things that, we have to think about overcoming? Fear, resistance, concerns around identity, fatigue, workload pressures. These are all really, really important. You cannot say, and I spent my whole academic career looking at organizational change. Here, take this system, plug it in, and hey presto, it works. There's a black box that goes on in between, and it is about power, resistance, change. It's about getting the results you wanted and the results you didn't want, and how you manage those. It's a very complex picture, which could do a whole discussion on. But in terms of where we are now, I think, what we found, that the things that work are AI literacy training. Okay, no, first of all, communication. We're a very small school, so we could engage in communication in terms of what the changes were, how they were happening, and what they meant for academics in terms of their own class preparation, for example. I think, we need to ensure that we build confidence, that we don't expect success to happen straight away, that there is a process, that staff need spaces to experiment safely, that there is recognition through CPD opportunities around the training that they're doing. So this will actually, form part of their CV, their progress, how to get people on board to really show that it's part of their professional development. Peer-to-peer learning groups, sharing experiences in meetings and attending, sessions with other people. We had a great group dynamic at SBJ in London with some very experienced people mentoring senior academics, but who were less confident around using AI. And workload recognition. We didn't get this fully nailed, I'm going to be honest. It's still ongoing. It's probably, as a dean, it was one of the hardest parts of my job to do the workload. And then you add in AI and you add in the requirements of it, and that adds another dimension in the context of perhaps this resistance or fear or uncertainty. But I think, the last point I want to say is students as partners. I know there's a lot to talk about co-creation in UK universities in particular. Students are very much part of the process of all levels of activity, actually. But I think it is important. Remember, these students, they probably know AI better than we do. They know technology better than we do. A lot of them would have grown up in that era of technology. So, work with them to co-create the norms around AI. Design tasks with them. They're out there, out there looking at the world, engaging in the world all the time. And, test AI tools with them as well. And take feedback. And really, from day one, from the very foundations, embed effective and ethical use in everything you do around AI. So that's not just a bolt-on. It's absolutely embedded in every layer and everything that you're communicating about AI. Obviously, there's, I won't go into the governance integrity side of it. It's very important. You've got to make sure that the policies you're creating, that they are being followed by all members of staff, they are being implemented, and that students understand them. And of course, there's no point putting it in a staff handbook or a student handbook. You've got to use multiple forms of communication, so it's hitting staff and students from all angles, so they're constantly being bombarded with the reminders around the ethical requirements. So, I think finally, I just want to say that, I think AI presents an opportunity to create better learning, one that's more suited to the environment that we're in. It requires shifts in terms of, you know, how we teach, what happens in the classroom, the role of academics, the role of students. But knowledge is always going to be important, and academic research within that process is always going to be very important. The AI currently cannot create new knowledge. It just looks at what's out there. So as academics, it's incumbent on us to ensure that this is, you know, continuing as a central part of what we do. And now I'm going to hand over to Sadia to just take us through a case study of some of the stuff that we've done at SPJ in London. Sadia,
I'm worried Sadia just dropped off, I think.
She did, didn't she?
Yeah,
Okay.
she was there like 1 minute ago. So hopefully she comes back on with us. We've got about 12 or 13 more minutes to chat. Yeah, do you want to message and see?
She took the slides with her as well, Kim.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought I was like, oh, that was really emphatic. Okay.
Oh,
She's
Sadia,
back.
hello.
I'm so sorry. Something is
Welcome
wrong.
back.
I was kicked out by Zoom completely. So I
Oh
just
no,
have to
welcome
load
back.
everything because we don't use Zoom a lot in London, so there's always a
No,
problem. There's always a conflict.
Okay, no
I'm so sorry about this, really.
no worries at all. You've
No
got about
problem. It was
12
just
or
like a minute, so yeah.
yeah.
Everything
You've
is
got about
closed.
12 or 13 more minutes if you want to continue
Yes.
with your
Yes.
examples.
Oh, sorry. Everything closed for me, actually. So let me just.
Oh.
This feels very meta, right? This is one of those points of resistance is sometimes the technology doesn't work for you, even when you're telling people about the best ways to use it.
Exactly.
I'm so sorry, really. Never happened before.
No worries at all. This is absolutely part of the Zoom culture.
All right, so I'll try to let me know if I'm running over time. So I'll be happy to cut down. There's a whole real case study that I wanted to present, but I think we don't have enough time now. So but that's okay. I'll try to cover. So I'll talk about student experience designing and implementation framework at SPJ in London, taking forward the ideas that have been shared by my colleague, Dr. Kim. Just to introduce myself again, I'm Sadia Riaz. I'm the Reader Information Systems Innovation and Design and the Program Director for BBA, originally from Dubai, relocated to London in 2023. So it's officially the third year in London now. So before I talk about anything else, it's important that we understand when you want to design. I'm sorry about some of the spelling and typo errors that you might be seeing right now. I really had to rush it through because it's really content heavy. So I thought I would rather go with the infographic approach, but then I didn't have enough time to fix those issues. So that makes it a bit more visually easy for me to speak and for the audience to understand. But I understand there are some spelling issues, but I really didn't have enough time yesterday to fix them. So very important concept we teach in marketing is that persona development and empathy mapping, which is that when you want to design something for somebody, you must understand who you are designing it for. And only then you can actually address the pain points and problems better. So basically know your audience, tailor your message, and then only you can unlock your real success. And when we talk about who we are teaching, the whole process of teaching and learning is around Gen Zs right now. And if you just go and check randomly what Gen Z is about, you will get these amazing words. They're very smart, they're restless, they are bloggers, they love gadgets, they're lifestyle, inspiration, young, future, digital entrepreneurs. These are the keywords that actually define them, and they kind of has been reinforced in their mind too, because they search themselves too. Who are they? And they kind of believe that that's what they are. So, but that is not it. For us as an academics, when we go to the class, I'm a Gen X, and then we have millennials, and then we have Gen Zs. There's a big difference, and there's a meme culture which actually helps us understand. If you ask, any generative AI to develop a meme around how average millennial will think about studies versus a Gen Z. So this is what it would give me. This is exactly what it gave me. I said, you develop a meme around how a millennial would approach studies versus a Gen Z, and this is what I got. The average millennial would say, I will go to school because it will help me in life, while an average Gen Z would always think, oh, it gives me a lot of anxiety because there's so much more than, something that I can't really see how it's going to help me out. So this is basically even the data that on which these models have been trained would look at it exactly the way we actually feel in class, at how to connect with them. And there's a plethora of research that talks about that the Gen Zs generally have an 8-second attention span. Now, there's a lot of debate whether it's true or not, but the debate is there, and a lot of academics and researchers have gone to prove it is true, and some have gone to say it is there, but in a very different way. So, for example, McKinsey, in their 2022 research, they actually tried to burst this myth by saying that it is actually 8 seconds, but it's actually a lot more focused and clear for Gen Zs. They have a selective attention span. They need to know when you're showing them content, they can selectively decide what catches their attention quicker, and that needs to be very focused and clear. So that means all those slides with heavy content out of the way. You can't just be showing them slides. They're just not going to grab their attention. It has to be, it is very overwhelming for them because it creates kind of, as per McKinsey's research, overwhelmed by noise. So it's something that Gen Zs are not interested in. And then another research, and there's actually plethora of research. I've used only 2 important articles here just to set the foundation of why at SPJN we do things the way we do, is that because this generation is particularly more interested about their mental health, physical health, how much time they spend on their hobbies, and they believe in active learning because they're very good multitaskers. So if you tell them to do one thing, that would not motivate them enough. So you kind of give them support and academic support, tutoring, but at the same time, you give them a lot more options to submit and do their work. So they would rather be not happy if you give them luxury or something state of the art at campus. Rather, they'll be more happy when they're engaged in the process, when they're learning something. So this is what the new generation of students, the reports talked about, and it is about support, relevance, engagement, and digital integration. It's not about fancy things for this generation. So yes, taking these ideas forward, so we decided to innovate and teach our teaching and learning practices at SPJN. And as very rightly said, it's the culture that we are trying to promote. It's just not that we say. So we actually have a very dedicated teaching and development program for where we actually train our staff, the faculty, that they need to understand our mission and vision completely to be aligned with us. And it means all faculty are required to be agile, responsive, and they have to be student driven. They have to take student feedback and inculcate it in their designing when they're designing their activities for the class. This is something we encourage and we are heavily based on. Now, my next slides are basically mostly infographics, but I use the Topscott's 8 NetGen framework, which talks about if you want to engage Generation Z in general, and I believe, it's not Gen Z anymore. It's also us, because I feel even I am like that now. Even I can't look at slides and not really know what I'm learning from it. So they like a lot of freedom, customization, scrutiny, integrity, collaboration, entertainment, speed, and innovation in their workplace and whatever they're doing. And if that is given to them, they are engaged better, they learn better, and they're actually far more productive. So in order to see this framework in real action, so we have offered flexible pathways and authentic assessments to our students. One thing that we have done is that we actually have collected a lot of feedback as how they would like their timetable to be. And especially for the year 1s and year 2s, we have made it very flexible. So we have given them longer weekends. They're happy to be on campus longer time. So rather they have longer weekends so that they can do work, they can practice mental health, or look after themselves. We give them a lot more authentic assessments with more digital artifacts and engagement and participations. They have a lot more options. We have given them flexible pathways. We have introduced some new electives based on their feedback, only because we see, and we have removed some of the redundant electives, just because we realize the flexibility the students have in the case of what they want to opt for makes them a lot more happy and connected to the program. So we don't force anything on them. We actually let them choose a lot of electives and design new electives based on their feedback. So we're very agile in our approach. And then we have our global campuses in Dubai, Singapore, and Sydney. And then students who transition from London to global, we make it very seamless. So it's flexible and at the same time very seamless in terms of the content being aligned. So when they travel to any other campus and they come back, they know they have not missed anything. So that has been done for them. Now, another very important thing in terms of how we approach teaching and learning, we have introduced the concept of modular teaching. All our faculty are trained to talk at them for 90 minutes. They're required to personalize the whole experience for them by dividing it in a modular structure. So let's go about 20 minutes. There needs to be an interactive element where they can engage, again, give feedback and see how they've understood it. So it needs to be provided in smaller chunks where they're involved in the process and they're creating the content of the lesson based on the different feedback which is coming in at different stages. And that's how they are able to connect with the lesson better. And towards the end, they're able to see the output, which they are happy to own, because They are the ones who actually steered this whole conversation. As said by Dr. Kim, your role is more like a moderator and a facilitator in this, helping connect those missing dots so that the learning outcomes of the lesson are achieved, but you need to let them drive and help them connect the dots eventually to have a fuller picture. A lot of midterm feedback and module adapted in real time is that I've already explained. We do that. Just want to make sure customization is very important for this generation, and we try to adapt and do it all the way. Then AI learning is also very important because it's pretty rigorous, and we have ensured that we give a lot of information and training to the student and faculty. It's about explainability of their work. In the UK, we call it a GIST framework, which has become very popular recently, which is about that you should be embracing technology and AI completely, but at the end, it's important that you should be able to explain how you have done this. You should be able to explain the origin or where your idea originated, how it originated, what prompts did you use, and even if you have taken a screenshot of a tree from somewhere that was your motivation and that you used it in AI, you should retain it to be able to explain at the end. That's how I did it. I used AI I took a picture, I used AI to help me explain, and then I developed something on top of it. So the GIST framework actually gives us that whole idea as how AI should be integrated in teaching and learning, and we embraced it. We actually design our authentic assessments, asking students to be able to use AI, but should be able to explain the whole idea, how it originated, and they should take a lot of credibility and should take responsibility of that. Then all our assignments, assessments are being externally moderated, and they're in alignment with all higher education frameworks. So this is something we do, and we collect a lot of triangulated feedback. It means we are just not looking at student surveys. We do peer observations, we look at student surveys, we also look at the class recordings of the faculty to ensure that the holistic feedback that we get is more developmental than to put faculty at some disadvantage. It's always constructive to ensure the faculty is being the one we are training are able to take it forward the way we intend to for our students. Now, another very important thing for this generation is in integrity. So we make sure they're part of the evaluation process. So all assessments are very transparent and they scaffold easily. We show them the best work, we show them the average work throughout their journey. So they know if they're targeting a 70, which is a distinction here, they know if they have to get to this level, what is that they need to do. A lot of feedback again in terms to give them confidence, and we integrate ESG values in every module. So it's there for them to see that everything they're learning and doing, it eventually contributes to society at large in some way or the other. We have a very transparent mitigating circumstances and alternative assessments policy. So if somebody is not able to cope up with the existing pressures due to any health or problem, we're able to accommodate that request, obviously within a framework, to provide them a different form of assessments, again, achieving the same learning outcomes but in a different format. So we provide, again, the flexibility part, the number one is, again, very much embedded in it. And we have globally aligned terms that I've already explained, but we have made sure the expectations are constant, which also supports us towards the whole integrity design in our teaching and learning program. Now, student voice is pretty important here. This generation loves to be a part of a process, and student voice is very important in the UK. So from town halls to program committees to academic committees to rigorous feedback that we collect, to surveys, we always make sure we understand we are listening to them, and they know that when we listen to them, there's a way how it is being addressed. So they're very confident to say anything that troubles them or is not their way, and we're happy to accommodate. Obviously, again, going back to the very important point, when we recruit faculty, they are told that they need to be more agile, otherwise they won't be able to sustain here for very long. It's a big requirement, but we are very happy to say and report that our faculty understand that in order to engage this cohort, they need to be a bit more like that. Only then they'll be able to engage them better in the class. A lot of engagement for them. Gamification is just one part of it, but it's not about gamification. It's about creation of content. It's about seeing their own reflection. It's about seeing their own progress and taking charge of it and confidence, having that. So a lot of competition-based teaching, a lot of Socratic teaching is what we take pride in. At SPJ in London, we don't teach conventional presentation style. It is actually the Socratic teaching where you go and ask questions rather than giving them answers. So actually you give them options. This is my question to you about this case study. What do you think would be the right answers? They give a lot of answers, and then the faculty only helps them navigate ruling out which might not be a good answer. and then helping them narrow it down themselves, which could be the right answer, and taking their conversation further and connecting dots further. And they all engage and talk. And we have our own built-in technology and premium subscriptions for some of the models and teaching pedagogy tools where faculty are trained and students are trained as well to engage with the content better. And again, it creates engagement, it creates playful learning, and students are a bit more in charge of their own learning, and they're able to reflect better as to what they're learning. We have set up.
That's really great. I'm going to have to stop you really quick if you want to give us your last 30-second wrap up, and we can see if there's any questions from the folks in our.
All right. So just to end this, we have an AI tutor which we have implemented, which is state of the art, which again is very useful because it helps student pre-class prep. It provides interactive support, topic readiness, self-assessment reflections, curated content by the SPGN learning faculty, and guided preparation. And it has been selected by higher education annual members for under Technology Enhanced Learning Award. And we'll only come to know whether we won it or not on 26th of November, and I'll be happy to share with you the outcome. It has been selected. Finally, I've summed up most of it, but the most important thing is to understand that digital disruption is just not about tools, it's about the mindset. So in order to connect with this generation and teach better, you need to have a digital mind and always evolving. Only then you can actually transform your assessments, you can engage them better, and you can actually really, really excel in what you're doing. So for us at SPGN London, designing student experience is very important, and we have made sure we integrate and do the way I've just explained. So if you ask me in a nutshell, the equation for this whole thing, that how we are designing student experience with an AI disruption model as a mindset, I would say we're really focused on developmental foundation. We're developing proper structures for them. We're giving them sense of belonging and a lot of exploration using AI. So that's it from my side at the end. Thank you so much. And any questions? Sorry about if I ran over the top.
That was great. Any one of those topics, I think in the last six slides you showed, I would listen to an entire workshop on. I thought that was really great. It's just a lot. Just for our folks who are in the audience here who want to get their certificate for this course, the password for this course, for this session was teach. I don't see any questions in the box yet. We've got about 1 more minute or maybe 2 more minutes. Nicolina, did you have a question?
Can I ask a question? I can't add it in the Q&A because that's only for our participants, I think. Thank you so much, Kim and Sadia. That was really, really interesting and engaging. Can you tell us a bit more, Sadia? I can't remember the name. Was it AI tutor that you've mentioned just at the very end? What you have at SPJ? How does that work? Yeah.
Yes, this AI tutor is our state of the, and thank you for your question, Nicolina. The AI tutor is our state of the art technology that we have developed. It's not another chat GPT or anything else. It's basically we have our own agent. But the point is that we have trained and developed it based on our existing content across different campuses and modules. So this tutor, it is textual and as well as chat-based. So faculty gets to train it based on the session that they want students to prep on. So for example, I want to teach a Harvard case style, right? A Harvard case study. So I will upload the content to the tutor and I will generate an ID and share with the students. So students would interact with it before the class, talk to it, get engaged and ask questions what this case study is about. Some would like to maybe text and chat and get answers. So they kind of prep with it. And the tutor will ask them MCQs. The tutor will ask them, for example, different reflective questions just to prepare them. And once they're in the class, they're a bit more ready to now engage and participate in actual discussion. So, we all know Gen Zs don't like reading a lot, right? So this actually helps them and kind of triggers them to read and kind of give answers before they come to the class. So they are not just going to read passively, but they will read with a tutor. And it's an AI tutor which engages them. And once they're in the class, they'll know their topic readiness, which is something that as a faculty, I can see how many in my class, let's say a class of 30, how many have actually achieved a high readiness score based on interacting with the tutor. I can actually engage them better. And the ones who did not, I can actually see where their limitations are. Maybe I can personalize my approach better in the class, knowing their topic readiness. And again, I can assign some homework or tasks to them, which again, through AI tutor, they can complete or something. So this is basically what AI tutor is. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
I'm so interested to hear more about that. I'm really sorry that we have to say goodbye, but thank you everyone for attending. That was a really interesting session. I really appreciated all of your Gen Z friendly infographics as well. So thank you so much, Kim and Sadia, for joining us. And yeah, we'll look forward to the next session coming up here in about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you. Hello, Christina. How are you?
Hi, how are you? Good to
morning.
see
I'm doing
you.
well, thank you.
Ugh, how's it? Everything's going well. It's
It's
like been
going well.
so organized just from the back.
Oh, good. I'm so
Yeah,
glad.
I mean, I haven't. Listen. I'm just getting up. I haven't been to any sessions, but just all of the communication and the setup and the practice. It's been
Oh, good.
spot
I
on.
didn't know that you
Really
guys
good.
got to practice too. That's so great.
Well, it was really just kind of hopping onto the link,
Perfect.
sharing slides, and I realized I was surprised to find my Zoom needed to be updated. So
You know what? I just restarted my computer like between two of the sessions this morning because I needed to update a bunch of things. So
ugh,
that is how it goes. So we'll start at 2:45. Is that right?
okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I think, and we'll start like 1 minute late because I think the recording comes on right at that. So
Yep.
if you just want to leave this up and you can turn your video off for a
Yep.
second, and then we'll.
Yep. I'm looking for for my Zoom screen now. It kind of is. It's okay. I'm seeing us, but not my. I mean, my screen's over here on the other, so it's not a problem.
Okay. It might be, you might have that webinar click up at the top of the page. It gives you a different view. Is there like a,
Yeah, it's. I have just the small screen. There we go. Okay. Okay, I'm showing the webinar. I don't see my screen. What should I see my screen in the Zoom space?
I think you probably would.
Do you see it?
I do see it. I see it, and
Okay.
it's big. So
Yeah. Well,
it's fine.
that's what really matters. So I'll
You
manage.
might, in the top right-hand corner, you might have a view.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Can you tell that I do a lot of Zoom nowadays?
I know, and it's
Don't
kind of
love
one
it.
of those that yeah, since COVID, obviously that's where we lived, but
We used to do a lot more, like we have two campuses, so we used to do a lot more where we'd sit in a room and there was like a live web. I don't know what
oh,
do I call that,
I,
web conference, right?
yeah, I know. Yeah. Ugh.
Anyway, now we don't. Now it's everybody sits in their office and they're on Zoom nowadays. So
Yeah. Okay. I
okay,
don't
so
know. It's not a big deal. I'll muddle through.
Oh no.
No, I mean muddle through. That's being dramatic.
You'll make the tiny screen work. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll
Thanks.
pause for a second. We'll let everybody come in
Okay.
and they'll
Coolio.
introduce you. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the final breakout session of the day. There's one more session after this that I'm supposed to give you the link for, and I'm going to work out right now how I can give that to you. I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Christina Botville, who's here with us as a representative of the National School Reform faculty, and she's here to discuss framing difficult conversations for improved communications with humans. And I'm super excited for this session. This is I've been looking forward to this all day, and I'm so excited.
Okay, well, thank you. Good early morning from Northern Michigan, where I think we're hitting about 0 degrees this morning, 0 degrees Celsius. So be sure you're enjoying and appreciating any kind of sunshine and warmth that you have. So as Emily said, I'm here to share some of what I have learned and through being an international facilitator with the National School Reform faculty, which we shortened to NSRF, and things that I've learned in my life as a school leader in K-12 international education and as a coach, consultant, and facilitator. So today, or in this session, there are about 4 outcomes. We'll probably hit 3 for sure. The 4th will be a bonus based on the time. Hopefully at the end of this session, you will walk away understanding the value of framing a difficult conversation. You'll be able to identify some of the aspects of difficult conversations, what makes them difficult, and ways to frame a conversation based on a context. And then again, that bonus material would be to actually make a plan for a difficult conversation, which is actually easy to do. Well, easy. It's something you can do on your own without necessarily the guidance in the session. But let's start with a few quotes that I tracked down on difficult conversations. So take a couple minutes or maybe 1 minute to read some of the quotes and maybe settle on one that resonates with you. And think about what is it about the quote that you're choosing or the quotes that you're reading that kind of grabs your attention, and what is it that might be meaningful to you. Okay, and I think we don't have a chat, but if we had a chat, I would ask you to think about capturing that, what it is about that quote that has your attention, capturing that in maybe 1 sentence or like a key word. And in theory, we would share that in the chat, and that would lead to my next slide, where perhaps some of what you're thinking will emerge here in the next little bit. So when we think about conversations, we engage in conversations every day, and many of us, depending on how many decades we've been on the earth, we've engaged in a fair amount of conversations. So in theory, like, what's the big deal? Why are some conversations more difficult than others? So, if we think about how conversations flow, they are often free-flowing. They maybe don't have a particular shape. There aren't guardrails in place, and they're very informal, and they just can be kind of organic and have a life of their own. And when we are engaging in a conversation where we need to discuss some serious outcomes, some areas for improvement, our own personal work, that's where the organic piece and the conversation taking on a life of its own can make a conversation feel difficult. However, we can enter the space of a conversation between 2 people or groups of people, especially when we are thinking again about feedback to improve our work, a shared inquiry. We're exploring a particular subject together to increase our understanding. We're trying to solve a dilemma or a problem of practice. so we can take intentional steps to frame that conversation in order to foster honest and open sharing, so that leads to us being able to gain new perspectives, and we can leave people feeling empowered and optimistic with some actionable next steps. So in these types of conversations, we're building collegial relationships, right? Through open sharing of our ideas, our thoughts, we're able to be curious together and enter into spaces of uncertainty. And we can also use these opportunities to make meaning together, to better understand our work and each other. So thinking about that, sometimes what gets in the way is this idea of cooperation. Cooperation is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. However, when we look at the characteristics of cooperation, we're looking at an individual or an organization asking us to help achieve their goal. They're asking us to cooperate. When we're cooperating, we're often passively engaged for a very brief period of time, or a briefer period of time, without necessarily any benefits to ourselves and our own personal growth. It's not a bad thing. It has its place. However, what we may be striving for in order to be able to have these difficult conversations, to be able to grow and develop together, is this idea of collaboration. And this is when we're working together as equals. We're working towards a common goal. We're relying on group trust and structured communication. And with the National School Reform faculty, our materials and our trainings foster the trust and efficacy because we're using a timed, step-by-step process, which we refer to as conversation protocols, that are designed specifically to avoid some of the pitfalls of kind of that open, organic conversation. And it allows us to leverage the insights and the experiences of everyone who's participating, whether it's a one-on-one scenario or a group professional learning community. So again, I think, in my opinion, and I think a lot of other folks would agree, that a lot of us we cooperate, but we're really looking for that professional dialogue that is leading to collaboration. It's that discursive process that can enhance our critical reflection as instructors, as researchers, as writers. What else do I want to tell you? So again, collaboration. And it implies that everyone has an active shared ownership or responsibility of the outcomes. Whereas, again, cooperation suggests there's an individual or an organizational ownership of what is being achieved or what will be achieved. So in the work that we do with that I do and others do with the National School Reform faculty, our focus is on helping people understand, groups of colleagues typically, understand how to develop a critical friends group culture. And a critical friends group is a group of professionals who come together, and the focus is on team building, sharing common understandings to improve our ability to communicate with each other. And the focus is on practice over time, building an inclusive and open culture, right? This isn't kind of a one and done, put a Band-Aid on it, it's fixed. This is about really building a deep culture of collaboration. And some of the shared understandings that really influence and impact this work is, you see on the screen in front of you, are shared agreements, focused listening, a structured process, and giving and receiving feedback. So when we talk about agreements, we're talking about setting a set of agreed upon behaviors that set the tone for the work. Listen with curiosity. Consider how your intent may not be mirror the impact. Sorry, that wasn't a great example, but these are ways that we agree that we will interact with each other to guide our work going forward in a critical friends group. We use structured processes. Again, we refer to these as conversation protocols. They are frames or guidelines that outline a series of steps to frame a conversation, and they often involve a presenter who is a member of the critical friends group who brings their work or a dilemma to the group to go through and experience this particular protocol. Participants have an opportunity then to ask clarifying questions. There's always time built in for silent reflection and thinking for some of us who need a little more time to process, time to examine a colleague's work, if that is what we're going to do together. We share warm and cool feedback. We have a reflection and a debrief. That's the general structure and process of, a critical friends group conversation protocol. And that influences how we frame conversations, especially the difficult conversations. So we can create the conditions for collaboration using these shared understandings. We can leverage them to support, again, open dialogue as a preventative measure in some ways, rather than a reactive measure. So the conditions in which difficult conversations, they can lead to improving relationships. I like an analogy I often use that is not coming up. There we go. It's like having a recipe. When you follow a recipe, chances are pretty good you're going to end up with whatever dish or dessert, chocolate cake, for example. When you follow the list, add the ingredients, follow the directions, you magically or not magically end up with a chocolate cake. Now, if you choose to not follow that recipe, you can remove some of the ingredients, you can add additional ingredients, you can mess around a little bit and alter the directions. You might end up with chocolate cake in the end, but it may not be the quality. It may not quite, it may have sunken in the middle. It may not taste quite right. Something might be off. So again, thinking of conversation protocols and the ways that we frame our conversations, it's like a recipe. And when we follow that recipe, we have a pretty good idea what that product is going to be in the end. So a really important shared understanding in the work of critical friends groups and the work that we do with NSRF is the idea of giving and receiving feedback and having shared understandings around what that means and how we give it and how we receive it. So again, we have an understanding that being specific about what feedback is desired. We're focusing on a particular practice, a dilemma. We might be bringing a unit plan. We might be bringing a syllabus. We might be bringing a policy statement that we would like some feedback on from our critical friends group. But we, as the person bringing our work, are able to focus the group on what feedback are we looking for. It isn't that we want feedback on the whole thing, because that's often what we get and it's not what we're looking for. But it honors our agency as human beings to be able to have that choice. And then we practice in giving and receiving feedback and recognizing and accepting that just because feedback is given doesn't mean that it's the feedback that will suit the recipient. There's a ratio of it's like 80-20, I think. Like 80% of feedback that a person receives isn't going to be useful because it's something maybe that they've already tried, something that they would never do. But about 20% of feedback that they receive might actually have some nuggets that will impact their practice or improve their work. We provide opportunities for what we refer to as warm and cool feedback. Warm feedback are just statements that we provide to our colleague to identify where their work aligns with the goals that they've explained to us. It's what we would normally, sorry, my alarm's going off. Where their work aligns, it's what we'd normally refer to as positive feedback. Cool feedback, on the other hand, it's not negative. It's the feedback where we embed our advice and our suggestions for our colleague. We frame these statements rather than saying, you should try this. We frame it in an I wonder, as an I wonder statement. I wonder if you tried this. And something about that, not something, it leaves the choice, again, up to the human being asking for the feedback or inviting the feedback. Because you're just wondering if they've tried this. You're not telling them that they should try this. So again, that may on a certain level sound very simplistic, but it's important to understand that in the course of building a culture where critical friends groups thrive, there's a series of activities and protocol conversations that are practiced in advance or prior to jumping into looking at each other's works. We spend time on the feedback nightmares activity, which allows colleagues to explore a negative experience receiving feedback. They explore it and share it with another colleague, and then it leads to a deeper and a common understanding of how impactful feedback can be, in particular, the delivery of negative feedback and harsh criticism, which is different than cool feedback. Again, there's a focus on that focusing question in order to focus in on what aspect of the work a colleague is seeking feedback on. And the presenter who brings that work forward has the agency in receiving feedback on a chosen aspect of their work by defining what they want to know more about to improve. And again, the warm and cool feedback that I referred to. So again, there's a series of activities that a group experiences together well before they are actually bringing their work forward. So again, a lot of food analogies. I haven't had breakfast yet. Hopefully you're all, you're not feeling hungry and peckish at the moment, but I think of feedback a lot of times, it's like a box of mixed chocolates. Some of these chocolates are interesting. I would be interested in eating. You probably see a couple that you wouldn't be interested in. And that is just, that's very much what feedback's like. Some of it works for me, some of it doesn't. Some of it works for you, some of it doesn't. Okay, so here, again, regardless of, again, a lot of that pre-work is that preventative, those preventative measures that colleagues and work cultures can take to ease the pain, if you will, of difficult conversations, to maybe make difficult conversations less unpleasant. However, regardless of the level of collegial harmony in your organization or on your team, miscommunication, misunderstanding, tensions arise for a wide variety of reasons, even amongst, the most cohesive and harmonious teams. But the challenge of working through conflict and difficult situations typically falls upon the shoulders of a member of the leadership team. Not necessarily, it can be colleagues who are kind of on an equal playing field. You could also have some conflict in a difficult situation that you would like to enter into a difficult conversation with your direct line manager as well. So it in theory doesn't really matter what position you are if you're in a hierarchical structure. But a significant struggle that leaders have, regardless of the level of leadership, one of the greatest struggles is fulfilling the role of peacekeeper for a variety of personalities that maybe don't gel with each other. And not to mention just navigating their own relationships and power differentials as a leader, and even whether you're a leader or a follower, if you will. So we have a couple of choices when we find ourselves in a situation that we know requires a difficult conversation. So we can ignore the conflict and challenges and hope that they'll just resolve themselves or magically disappear. In my experience, that rarely happens. Or our second option is we can deal with the emerging difficulties and tensions effectively before collaboration is derailed and relationships are permanently damaged. So we know which option is the one that we would like to have happen, so that we can continue with productive collaboration, and that would be the second option. So this is an opportunity to take a moment to think about perhaps an example of a difficult conversation that you have had recently. Maybe you've witnessed one recently, or maybe you're avoiding one. No judgment. And then thinking about that particular scenario, like what feeling or feelings kind of start rising or bubbling to the top when you're thinking about that conversation? What does that bring up in you? Does it bring up excitement and anticipation? Or does it bring up kind of a gut-wrenching fear? Do you start breaking out in a sweat? I might be talking about myself, although that's me, that's past me. This is something I can engage in difficult conversations in ways that I never would have imagined, like even 10 years ago. So thinking about that, these are some case studies that perhaps, if you haven't witnessed or you're not avoiding, you don't even know what difficult conversations are because that's just not your world. Here's some case studies that perhaps might also resonate with you. And wondering if you see any similarities if you were thinking of one of your own, in your own context, a difficult conversation. How did they resemble any aspect or aspects of these particular case studies? And again, what similarities or what differences are you noticing between the difficult conversations you're reflecting on in these case studies? Are there similar characteristics, similar contexts? Okay, I'll move on. So thinking about your particular context, maybe the case studies that were on the screen, what is it that makes conversations difficult? There we go. Time and place. That can be an aspect. A difficult conversation seems to come out of nowhere. It interrupts your workflow. It might be carried out in a public or a semi-public or space. It could be in a corridor where other people are milling around. It could be in your office that maybe you share with a colleague. Could be an email with lots of people in the CC line. Power differentials. right? Sometimes someone who has power over another is more directive or authoritative in their approach. And of course, that often just kind of shuts down any conversation. Unsolicited feedback. Hey, I didn't ask for that. Hypercritical feedback becomes very personal, like you did this, you need to do that, you. And then maybe it becomes like, I don't like your hair. And that really had nothing to do with what we were talking about originally. So again, that idea that you weren't even seeking feedback right now. Could become a list of complaints, that kind of laundry list. It's not focused on one issue. It's like everything over the last 6 months. You were chewing too loudly in the office, and it kind of digresses, devolves from there. Brings up lots of issues from the past, a lot of pent-up frustrations that have gone unaddressed over time, which again is really good to get on top of those conversations. And they often result with no resolution. It creates or even widens a rift in a relationship. And there's no plan for how to move forward, either with feedback or the work that you're doing together, or no plan for how to repair the relationship. So how can we ease difficult conversations? So I'm going to kind of go a little bit off NSRF and share with you a frame that I have created. I couldn't have created it without my knowledge and experience with NSRF, but it's and it uses a lot of the aspects of that. So there are kind of 4 key elements that are kind of the counter of what I shared in the previous slide of what makes them difficult, what eases them. Schedule and plan, equalize the playing field, focus, as in focus on the problem, not the person, and be action oriented. So this is just a little bit of a frame or a flow that I've put together. Step 1 is the setup. You're going to schedule and plan. Make time for the difficult conversation. If you think it only needs 20 minutes, schedule it for 20 minutes. If you think it needs 45 minutes, schedule 45 minutes. Make sure that it's scheduled and planned, and that it's, consider a neutral space or a private space at the least. Step 2 is a sharing opportunity where the person who calls for the difficult conversation, let's say I've called for a difficult conversation, I may not say, hey, Emily, I need to schedule a difficult conversation with you. It's actually, I need to schedule a time because I'd like to talk about X. So Emily comes, we meet in my office, and I share a brief explanation, 2 or 3 sentences of what I am wanting to talk about with her, right? 2 or 3 sentences keeps it very short, concise. It kind of keeps us from hitting a laundry list. And then that 3rd step is a really important step. This is where that focused listening comes in. It's a validation stage. I have shared. Now it's time for me to listen to Emily. And she has the opportunity now to explain, maybe she's been busy. She hasn't been able to meet the expectations. And I know, Emily, I know this won't be the case, but she's sitting there on the screen, so she's my example. So she is going to have that opportunity to kind of explain, maybe provide some insights for me that I didn't know, things that were going on that are preventing her from doing the things that I need her to do, or whatever the case may be. And then the 4th step is to plan. I've heard Emily. She understands what my issue is. She's shared with me what she might be struggling with, or whatever. And then together we are going to move forward with a plan. Okay, great. I hear all of that. What are the steps that we can both take moving forward to improve this situation? And I kind of, this is a 5th step, but I really feel it kind of winds throughout, is the idea of care. That I'm having this conversation with you because I care about our relationship and I value you and what you bring to our team. I care about your future, whatever. I care about your research funding, whatever that might be. It can be something that's woven throughout. It can be very explicit in that kind of closing statement, as a closing statement when you bring the conversation to an end. So that is, I think, a fairly simple way to frame a difficult conversation. So, in theory, in a non-webinar setting, we might take some time. I would invite you to create your own action plan for a difficult conversation that you know you need to have or suspect you need to have. You're going to schedule and plan it. Equalize, that's kind of in a shared space that's private. You're going to practice focused listening, and you're going to be action oriented in this conversation that you're going to have. So I would invite you to make a commitment to take maybe one or two aspects or the whole thing. I would invite you to create the action plan using the whole outline. But maybe there's one idea that has really resonated with you that you would like to implement immediately.
So we got about 2 more minutes, and then we
okay, fabulous. I am I'm so impressed with myself with the timing.
Well done.
Okay, so a little bit of a plug for the Protocols for All, which is a new publication that NSRF has put together. It's 50 of these recipes, if you will, for activities and structured conversations to guide inquiry, to guide unpacking dilemmas with your colleagues. Actually, the Kindle version right now, it's US dollar, $1.99. So it's a pretty good deal to immediately have 50 structures at the tip of your fingers. Also, just like to invite you to explore some of the opportunities that the NSRF offers for going deeper into the work of Critical Friends. There's a Critical Friends group coaches training. There's some training on facilitative leadership, specifically geared. Then there's some trainings geared specifically for leaders, and these can be delivered virtually or in person. There's actually one coming up in February, a virtual training that might be very convenient or it might not. But again, QR code, website, you can follow up there. And I think I'm at the question point. And what I really would like to do is I'd like to drop, am I able to drop a link into somewhere?
Not exactly.
No. Okay.
Somebody
okay. That's okay.
If
I can do it. I can put it in the app.
What's the link? Then we can answer it.
Yeah, and I can also kind of go back and I can share some things in the app, because again, I wanted to get a little bit of feedback from participants, and I have a form for that. But I can drop that.
I highly recommend the training, and the training actually is pretty convenient if you're in the Middle East, because they tend to run them in the US in the mornings. So it ends up being in our evening. It's a lot. So Christina and I go way back, and I know Christina was a facilitator in the school that I worked in, and I know at least 3 of us who participated in that have gone through the training now, which is I don't know.
Well, and after there was an interim point too where I actually was able to start training people on site in the ways that that were more formal than just the informal groups that I did. So I've probably trained, I don't know, 50 people or so between the school we were at and other schools in Kuwait. Yeah.
That's so great.
I love this work. This work is really transformational in ways that a lot of other workshops and trainings just isn't, right? It's an experience where you are actually in a group, you become a Critical Friends group in the training, you have the experience of being the participant, of being the presenter, bringing your work in, and then kind of as the last stage of the training, you actually practice facilitating and leading the conversation protocols. It's a really well thought out and well scaffolded training. And I'm not just saying that because I do the training.
I agree. And now I go into meetings and I'm like, wait, why didn't they set up this, like how they would get feedback? Why didn't anybody ask me, which kind of feedback I wanted? Why didn't, it's like changes the mindset about that. That goes, we do have a question that I think this is a good segue to. Why do many people avoid difficult conversations? Does it make you appear as a confrontational person, always the one initiating those conversations?
So I will say, I think there are a lot of cultural influences that impact how we feel about engaging in a difficult conversation with someone. And I think when we use words like confronting someone, I mean, how do we change our language about that? It's like, I'm probably not answering this very well, but I do think, again, there are a couple of pieces that I talked about. One is doing the back end work, if you will, of building that culture where you're establishing habits and shared understandings of how to enter into a conversation that might be difficult, how to enter into a conversation seeking feedback and providing feedback. That's the one. That's kind of the preventative. And again, I would say it's not really reactionary, but it is framing that conversation in a way and entering it in a very neutral kind of way. And I think that's the part that can be very challenging, because a lot of times it's our work and we carry that really close to our heart. And if someone has feedback on our work, I don't know, sometimes some people, maybe me, take that very personally, right? You may not have said anything about you, Christina, but my work, that's an extension of me. So really thinking about how to enter that space with that frame and being ready to listen. I think a lot of times we enter difficult conversations wanting to use power over someone or force someone to do something. And I don't know, I've never been able to force any adult or child to do anything they didn't really want to do. So, again, you're going to, I think the way we enter into those conversations, recognizing that, what is our goal here? Is our goal to preserve our professional relationship, or is our goal to just point out all of the criticisms that we have and make someone feel terrible about themselves? I would like to believe that that's the last thing on our minds when we enter into these conversations with people.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to stop and tell everyone that the password for this session is listen, which I feel like is apropos here. I also put in the Q&A box, someone, you should be able to see the Zoom link for the final session today. If not, it's in the app and it's on the faculty360.org website, just as that final panel discussion about talking about AI in education. And otherwise, listen is your code to get your certificate at the end. Thanks for everyone for staying around through our final session.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for being up so early to join us for the final session.
No problem.
And I really appreciate it. It's great to hear from you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Bye. Okay. I think I whipped right through all that.
It was great. It was really good. Thank you so much. Thanks again.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the opportunity. Thanks, Emily.
Yeah, great. Bye.
Okay, bye.